incredible richness and sweetness of his eloquence. I could not therefore remain any longer in your debt, since you often made me this request, and yet appeared to fear being troublesome to me, for I could easily see that, lest I should appear unjust to him who is the very interpreter of the law. In truth, as you had often written many things for me and mine, I was afraid that if I delayed obliging you in this, it would appear very ungrateful or very arrogant conduct on my part. But while we were together, you yourself are the best witness of how I was occupied. But after I left you, on my way into Greece, when neither the Republic nor any friends were occupying my attention, and when I could not honorably remain amid the armies, not even if I could have done so safely, as soon as I came to Villa and beheld your house and your family, I was reminded of this debt, and would no longer be wanting to your silent request. Therefore, as I had no books with me, I have written these pages on my voyage, from memory, and I have sent them to you while on my journey, in order that by my diligence in obeying your commands, I might rouse you to a recollection of my affairs, although you do not require a reminder. But, however, it is time to come to the object which we have undertaken. 2. As every careful method of arguing has two divisions, one of discovering, one of deciding, Aristotle was, as it appears to me, the chief discoverer of each. But the Stoics also have devoted some pains to the latter, for they have diligently considered the methods of carrying on a discussion by that science which they call dialectics, but the art of discovering arguments, which is called topics, and which was more serviceable for practical use, and certainly prior in the order of nature, they have wholly disregarded. But we, since both parts are of the greatest utility, and since we intend to examine each if we have time, will now begin with that which is naturally the first. As therefore the discovery of those things which are hidden is easy, if the place where they are hidden is pointed out and clearly marked, so, when we wish to examine any argument, we ought to know the topics, for so they are called by Aristotle, being, as it were, seats from which arguments are derived. Therefore we may give as a definition, that a topic is the seat of an argument, and that an argument is a reason which causes men to believe a thing which would otherwise be doubtful. But of those topics in which arguments are contained, some dwell on that particular point which is the subject of discussion, some are derived from external circumstances. When derived from the subject itself, they proceed at times from it taken as a whole, at times from its parts, at times from some sign, and at others from things which are disposed in some manner or other towards the subject under discussion, but those topics are derived from external circumstances which are at a distance and far removed from the same subject. But a definition is employed with reference to the entire matter under discussion which unfolds the matter which is the subject of inquiry as if it had been previously enveloped in mystery. The formula of that argument is of this sort. Civil law is equity established among men who belong to the same city, for the purpose of ensuring each man in the possession of his property and rights, and the knowledge of this equity is useful, therefore the knowledge of civil law is useful. Then comes the enumeration of the parts, which is dealt with in this manner. If a slave has not been declared free either by the censor, or by the praetor's rod, or by the will of his master, he is not free. But none of those things is the case, therefore he is not free. Then comes the sign, when some argument is derived from the meaning of a word. In this way as the alien sent law orders an assiduous 63, to support an assiduous, it orders a rich man to support a rich man, for a rich man is an assiduous, called so, as Elias says, from astando. 3. Arguments are also derived from things which bear some kind of relation to that which is the object of discussion. But this kind is distributed under many heads, for we call some connected with one another either by nature, or by their form, or by their resemblance to one another, or by their differences, or by their contrariety to one another, or by adjuncts, or by their antecedents, or by their consequence, or by what is opposed to each of them, or by causes, or by effects, or by a comparison with what is greater, or equal, or less. Arguments are said to be connected together which are derived from words of the same kind. But words are of the same kind which, originating from one word, are altered in various ways, as sapiens, sapienta, sapientia. The connection of these words is called Greek syzygia, from which arises an argument of this kind: if the land is common, every one has a right to feed his cattle on it. An argument is derived from the kind of word. Thus, since all the money has been bequeathed to the woman, it is impossible that that ready money which was left in the house should not have been bequeathed. For the species is never separated from the genus as long as it retains its name, but ready money retains the name of money, therefore it is plain that it was bequeathed. An argument is derived from the species, which we may sometimes name, in order that it may be more clearly understood, in this manner: if the money was bequeathed to Fabia by her husband, on the supposition that she was the mother of his family, if she was not his wife, then nothing is due to her. For the wife is the genus. There are two kinds of wife, one being those mothers of a family which become wives by coimptio, the other kind are those which are only considered wives, and as Fabia was one of those last, it appears that nothing was bequeathed to her. An argument is derived from similarity. In this way, if those houses have fallen down, or got into disrepair, a life interest in which is bequeathed to someone, the heir is not bound to restore or to repair them, any more than he is bound to replace a slave, if a slave, a life interest in whom has been bequeathed to someone, has died. An argument is derived from difference. Thus, it does not follow, if a man has bequeathed to his wife all the money which belonged to him, that therefore he bequeathed all which was down in his books as due to him, for there is a great difference whether the money is laid up in a strong box, or set down as due in his accounts. An argument is derived from contraries. Thus, that woman to whom her husband has left a life interest in all his property, has no right, if his cellars of wine and oil are left full, to think that they belong to her, for the use of them is what has been bequeathed to her, and not the misuse, and they are contrary to one another. 4. An argument is derived from adjuncts. Thus, if a woman has made a will who has never given up her liberty by marriage, it does not appear that possession ought to be given by the edict of the praetor to the legatee under that will, for it is added, that in that case possession would seem proper to be given by that same edict, according to the wills of slaves, or exiles, or infants. Arguments are derived from antecedents, and consequents, and contradictories, in this way. From antecedents, if a divorce has been caused by the fault of the husband, although the woman has demanded it, still she is not bound to leave any of her dowry for her children. From consequence, if a woman having married a man with whom she had no right of intermarriage, has demanded a divorce, since the children who have been born do not follow their father, the father has no right to keep back any portion of the woman's dowry. From contradictories, if the head of a family has left to his wife in reversion after his son the life interest in the female slaves, and has made no mention of any other reversionary heir, if the son dies, the woman shall not lose her life interest. For that which has once been given to anyone by will, cannot be taken away from the legatee to whom it has been given without his consent, for it is a contradiction for anyone to have a right to receive a thing, and yet to be forced to give it up against his will. An argument is derived from efficient causes. In this way, all men have a right to add to a common party wall, a wall extending its whole length, either solid or on arches, but if anyone in demolishing the common wall should promise to pay for any damages which may arise from his action, he will not be bound to pay for any damage sustained or caused by such arches, for the damage has been done, not by the party which demolished the common wall, but in consequence of some fault in the work, which was built in such a manner as to be unable to support itself. An argument is derived from what has been done. In this way, when a woman becomes the wife of a man, everything which has belonged to the woman now becomes the property of the husband under the name of dowry. But in the way of comparison there are many kinds of valid arguments. In this way, that which is valid in a greater affair, ought to be valid in a less, so that, if the law does not regulate the limits in the city, still more will it not compel anyone to turn off the water in the city. Again, on the other hand, whatever is valid in a smaller matter ought to be valid also in a greater one. One may convert the preceding example. Also, that which is valid in a parallel case ought to be valid in this which is a parallel case. As, since the usurpation of a farm depends on a term of 2 years, the law with respect to houses ought to be the same. But in the law houses are not mentioned, and so they are supposed to come under the same class as all other things, the property in which is determined by 1 year's use. Equity then must prevail, which requires similar laws in similar cases. 64. But those arguments which are derived from external circumstances are deduced chiefly from authority. Therefore the Greeks call argumentations of that kind, Greek, atetouoi, that is, devoid of art. As if you were to answer in this way, in the case of someone building a roof for the purpose of covering a common wall, Publius Scaevola asserted that there was no right of carrying the roof so far that the water which ran off it should run on to any part of any building which did not belong to the owner of the roof. This I affirm to be law. By these topics then which have been explained, a means of discovering and proving every sort of argument is supplied, as if they were elements of argument. Have we then said enough up to this point? I think we have, as far at least as you, an acute man and one deeply skilled in law, are concerned. But since I have to deal with a man who is very greedy when the feast in question is one of learning, I will prosecute this subject so that I will rather put forth something more than is necessary, than allow you to depart unsatisfied. As, then, each separate one of those topics which I have mentioned has its own proper members, I will follow them out as accurately as I can. And first of all I will speak of the definition itself. Definition is a speech which explains that which is defined. But of definitions there are 2 principal kinds, one, of those things which exist, the other, of those which are understood. The things which I call existing are those which can be seen or touched, as a farm, a house, a wall, a gutter, a slave, an ox, furniture, provisions, and so on. Of which kind of things some require at times to be defined by us. Those things, again, I say have no existence, which are incapable of being touched or proved, but which can be perceived by the mind and understood, as if you were to define usurpation, guardianship, nationality, or relationship, all things which have no body, but which nevertheless have a certain conformation plainly marked out and impressed upon the mind, which I call the notion of them. They often require to be explained by definition while we are arguing about them. And again, there are definitions by partition, and others by division. By partition, when the matter which is to be defined is separated, as it were, into different members, as if anyone were to say that civil law was that which consists of laws, resolutions of the Senate, precedents, the authority of lawyers, edicts of magistrates, custom, and equity. But a definition by division embraces every form which comes under the entire genus which is defined. In this way, alienation is the surrender of anything which is a man's private property, or a legal cession of it to men who are able by law to avail themselves of such cession. There are also other kinds of definitions, but they have no connection with the subject of this book. We have only got to say what is the manner of expressing a definition. This, then, is what the ancients prescribe, that when you have taken those things which are common to the thing which you wish to define with other things, you must pursue them till you make out of them altogether some peculiar property which cannot be transferred to anything else. As this, an inheritance is money. Up to this point the definition is common, for there are many kinds of money. Add what follows, which by somebody's death comes to someone else. It is not yet a definition, for money belonging to the dead can be possessed in many ways without inheritance. Add one word, lawfully. By this time the matter will appear distinguished from general terms, so that the definition may stand thus: an inheritance is money which by somebody's death has lawfully come to someone else. It is not enough yet. Add, without being either bequeathed by will, or held as someone else's property. The definition is complete. Again, take this: those are Gentiles who are of the same name as one another. That is insufficient. And who are born of noble blood. Even that is not enough. Who have never had any ancestor in the condition of a slave. Something is still wanting. Who have never parted with their franchise. This, perhaps, may do. For I am not aware that Scaevola, the pontiff, added anything to this definition. And this principle holds good in each kind of definition, whether the thing to be defined is something which exists, or something which is understood. 7. But we have shown now what is meant by partition, and by division. But it is necessary to explain more clearly wherein they differ. In partition, there are as it were members, as of a body, head, shoulders, hands, sides, legs, feet, and so on. In division there are forms which the Greeks call Greek idei. Our countrymen who treat of such subjects call them species. And it is not a bad name, though it is an inconvenient one if we want to use it in different cases. For even if it were Latin to use such words, I should not like to say specium and speciebus. And we have often occasion to use these cases. But I have no such objection to saying formarum and formis, and as the meaning of each word is the same, I do not think that convenience of sound is wholly to be neglected. Men define genus and species or form in this manner. Genus is a notion relating to many differences. Species is a notion, the difference of which can be referred to the head and as it were fountain of the genus. I mean by notion that which the Greeks call sometimes Greek enoia, and sometimes Greek enoprolepsis. It is knowledge implanted and previously acquired of each separate thing, but one which requires development. Species, then, are those forms into which genus is divided without any single one being omitted, as if any one were to divide justice into law, custom, and equity. A person who thinks that species are the same things as parts, is confounding the art, and being perplexed by some resemblance. He does not distinguish with sufficient acuteness what ought to be distinguished. Often, also, both orators and poets define by metaphor, relying on some verbal resemblance, and indeed not without giving a certain degree of pleasure. But I will not depart from your examples unless I am actually compelled to do so. Aquilius, then, my colleague and intimate friend, was accustomed, when there was any discussion about shores, all of which you lawyers insist upon it are public, to define them to men who ask to whom that which was shore belonged, in this way: wherever the waves dashed, that is, as if a man were to define youth as the flower of a man's age, or old age as the setting of life. Using a metaphor, he departs from the words proper to the matter in hand into his own art. This is enough as to definition. Let us now consider the other points. 8. But we must employ partition in such a manner as to omit no part whatever. As if you wish to partition guardianship, you would act ignorantly if you were to omit any kind. But if you are partitioning off the different formulas of stipulations or judicial decisions, then it is not a fault to omit something in a matter which is of boundless extent. But in division it is a fault, for there is a settled number of species which are subordinate to each genus. The distribution of the parts is often more interminable still, like the drawing streams from a fountain. Therefore in the art of an orator, when the genus of a question is once laid down, the number of its species is added absolutely, but when rules are given concerning the embellishments of words and sentences, which are called Greek scheemata, the case is different, for the circumstances are more infinite, so that it may be understood from this also what the difference is which we assert to exist between partition and division. For although the words appear nearly equivalent to one another still, because the things are different, the expressions are also established as not synonymous to one another, Many arguments are also derived from observation, and that is when they are deduced from the meaning of the word, which the Greeks call, Greek, etymologia, or as we might translate it, word for word, veriloquium. But we, while avoiding the novel appearance of a word which is not very suitable, call this kind of argument notatio, because words are the notes by which we distinguish things. And therefore Aristotle calls the same sort of argument, Greek, sunblue, which is equivalent to the Latin nota. But when it is known what is meant, we need not be so particular about the name. In a discussion then, many arguments are derived from words by means of observation, as when the question is asked, what is a posliminium? I do not mean what are the objects to which this word applies, for that would be division, which is something of this sort. Posliminium applies to a man, a ship, a mule with panniers, a horse, a mare who is accustomed to be bridled. But when the meaning of the words itself, posliminium, is asked, and when the word itself is observed. And in this our countryman, Servius, as it seems, thinks that there is nothing to be observed except post, and he insists upon it that liminium is a mere extension of the word, as in finitimus, legitimus, seditimus. Timus has no more meaning than Tullius has in Meditullius. But Scaevola, the son of Publius Scaevola, thinks the word is a compound one, so that it is made up of post and limen, so that those things which have been alienated from us, when they have come into the possession of our enemies, and, as it were, departed from their own threshold, then when they have returned behind that same threshold, appear to have returned posliminio. By which definition even the cause of Mancinus may be defended by saying that he returned posliminio, that he was not surrendered, inasmuch as he was not received. For that no surrender and no gift can be understood to have taken place if there has been no reception of it. 9. We next come to that topic which is derived from those things which are disposed in some way or other to the thing which is the subject of discussion. And I said just now that it was divided into many parts. And the first topic is derived from combination, which the Greeks call, Greek, syzygia, being a kindred the thing to observation, which we have just been discussing, as, if we were only to understand that to be rainwater which we saw to have been collected from rain, Mucius would come, who, because the words pluna and pluenda were akin, would say that all water ought to be kept out which had been increased by raining. But when an argument is derived from a genus, then it will not be necessary to trace it back to its origin. We may often stop on this side of that point, provided that which is deduced is higher than that for which it is deduced, as, rainwater in its ultimate genus is that which descends from heaven and is increased by showers, but in reference to its more proximate sense, under which the right of keeping it off is comprised, the genus is, mischievous rainwater. The subordinate species of that genus are waters which injure through a natural defect of the place, or those which are injurious on account of the works of man, for one of these kinds may be restrained by an arbitrator, but not the other. Again, this argumentation is handled very advantageously, which is derived from a species when you pursue all the separate parts by tracing them back to the whole. In this way, if that is dilus malus when one thing is aimed at, and another pretended, we may enumerate the different modes in which that can be done, and then under some one of them we may range that which we are trying to prove has been done dolo malo. And that kind of argument is usually accounted one of the most irrefragable of all. The next thing is similarity, which is a very extensive topic, but one more useful for orators and for philosophers than for men of your profession. For although all topics belong to every kind of discussion, so as to supply arguments for each, still they occur more abundantly in discussions on some subjects, and more sparingly in others. Therefore the genera are known to you, but when you are to employ them the questions themselves will instruct you. For there are resemblances which by means of comparisons arrive at the point they aim at, in this manner. If a guardian is bound to behave with good faith, and a partner, and anyone to whom you have entrusted anything, and anyone who has undertaken a trust, then so ought an agent. This argument, arriving at the point at which it aims by a comparison of many instances, is called induction, which in Greek is called, Greek, apago. And it is the kind of argument which Socrates employed a great deal in his discourses. Another kind of resemblance is obtained by comparison, when one thing is compared to some other single thing, and like to like, in this way as if in any city there is a dispute as to boundaries because the boundaries of fields appear more extensive than those of cities, you may find it impossible to bring an arbitrator to settle the question of boundaries. So if rainwater is injurious in a city, since the whole matter is one more for country magistrates, you may not be able to bring an arbitrator to settle the question of keeping off rainwater again. From the same topic of resemblance, examples are derived, as Crassus and Cunus's trial used many examples, speaking of the man who by his will had appointed his heir in such a manner, that if he had had a son born within 10 months of his death, and that son had died before coming into possession of the property held in trust for him, the revisionary heir would succeed to the inheritance. And the enumeration of precedents which Crassus brought forward prevailed. And you are accustomed to use this style of argument very frequently in replies. Even fictitious examples have all the force of real ones. They belong rather to the orator than to you lawyers, although you also do use them sometimes, but in this way. Suppose a man had given a slave a thing which a slave is by law incapable of receiving. Is it on that account the act of the man who received it? Or has he, who gave that present to his slave on that account, taken any obligations on himself? And in this kind of argument orators and philosophers are allowed to make even dumb things talk, so that the dead man be raised from the shades below, or that anything which intrinsically is absolutely impossible, may, for the sake of adding force to the argument, or diminishing, be spoken of as real, and that figure is called hyperbole. And they may say other marvelous things, but theirs is a wider field. Still, out of the same topics, as I have said before, arguments are derived for the most important and the most trivial inquiries. 11. After similarity there follows difference between things, which is as different as possible from the preceding topic. Still it is the same art which finds out resemblances and dissimilarities. These are instances of the same sort. If you have contracted a debt to a woman, you can pay her without having recourse to a trustee, but what you owe to a minor, whether male or female, you cannot pay in the same manner. The next topic is one which is derived from contraries. But the genera of contraries are several. One is of such things as differ in the same kind, as wisdom and jolly. But those things are said to be in the same kind, which, when they are proposed, are immediately met by certain contraries, as if placed opposite to them, as slowness is contrary to rapidity, and not weakness. From which contraries, such arguments as these are deduced: if we avoid folly, let us pursue wisdom, and if we avoid wickedness, let us pursue goodness. These things, as they are contrary qualities in the same class, are called opposites. For there are other contraries, which we may call in Latin, provincia, and which the Greeks call, Greek, stereotica. For the preposition in deprives the word of that force which it would have if in were not prefixed, as, dignity, indignity, humanity, inhumanity, and other words of the same kind, the manner of dealing with which is the same as that of dealing with other kinds which I have called opposites. For there are also other kinds or contraries, as those which are compared to something or other, as, twofold and simple, many and few, long and short, greater and less. There are also those very contrary things which are called negatives, which the Greeks call, Greek, stereotica, as, if this is the case, that is not. For what need is there for an instance? Only let it be understood that in seeking for an argument it is not every contrary which is suitable to be opposed to another. 12. But I gave a little while ago an instance drawn from adjuncts, showing that many things are added as accessories, which ought to be admitted, if we decided that possession ought to be given by the praetor's edict, in compliance with the will which that person made who had no right whatever to make a will. But this topic has more influence in conjectural causes, which are frequent in courts of justice, when we are inquiring either what is, or what has been, or what is likely to be, or what possibly may happen. And the form of the topic itself is as follows. But this topic reminds us to inquire what happened before the transaction of which we are speaking, or at the same time with the transaction, or after the transaction. This has nothing to do with the law. You had better apply to Cicero. Our friend Gallus used to say, if anyone brought him any cause which required an inquiry into matters of fact. But you will prefer that no topic of the art which I have begun to treat of should be omitted by me, lest if you should think that nothing was to be written here except what had reference to yourself, you should seem to be too selfish. This then is for the most part an oratorical topic, not only not much suited to lawyers, but not even to philosophers. For the circumstances which happened before the matter in question are inquired into, such as any preparation, any conferences, any place, any prearranged convivial meeting. And the circumstances which happened at the same time with the matter in question, are the noise of footfalls, the noise of men, the shadow of a body, or anything of that sort. The circumstances subsequent to the matter in question are, blushing, paleness, trepidation, or any other tokens of agitation or consciousness, and besides these, any such fact as a fire extinguished, a bloody sword, or any circumstance which can excite a suspicion of such an act. 13. The next topic is one peculiar to dialecticians, derived from consequents, and antecedents, and inconsistencies, and this one is very different from that drawn from differences. For adjuncts, of which we were speaking just now, do not always exist, but consequents do invariably. I call those things consequents which follow an action of necessity. And the same rule holds as to antecedents and inconsistencies, for whatever precedes each thing, that of necessity coheres with that theme, and whatever is inconsistent with it is of such a nature that it can never cohere with it. As then this topic is distributed in 3 divisions, into consequence, antecession, and inconsistency, there is one single topic to help us find the argument, but a threefold way of dealing with it. For what difference does it make, when you have once assumed that the ready money is due to the woman to whom all the money has been bequeathed, whether you conclude your argument in this way: if coined money is money, it has been bequeathed to the woman, but coined money is money, therefore it has been bequeathed to her, or in this way: if ready money has not been bequeathed to her, then ready money is not money, but ready money is money, therefore it has been bequeathed to her, or in this way: the cases of money not having been bequeathed, and of ready money not having been bequeathed, are identical, but money was bequeathed to her, therefore ready money was bequeathed to her. But the dialecticians call that conclusion of the argument in which, when you have first made an assumption, that which is connected with it follows as a consequence of the assumption, the first mood of the conclusion, and when, because you have denied the consequence, it follows that that also to which it was a consequence must be denied also, that is the second mood. But when you deny some things in combination, and then another negation is added to them, and from these things you assume something, so that what remains is also done away with, that is called the third mood of the conclusion. From this are derived those results of the rhetoricians drawn from contraries, which they call enthymemes. Not that every sentence may not be legitimately called an enthymeme, but, as Homer on account of his preeminence has appropriated the general name of poet to himself as his own among all the Greeks, so, though every sentence is an enthymeme, still, because that which is made up of contraries appears the most acute argument of the kind, that alone has possessed itself of the general name as its own peculiar distinction. Its kinds are these: can you fear this man, and not fear that one? You condemn this woman, against whom you bring no accusation, and do you say that this other one deserves punishment, whom you believe to deserve reward? That which you do know is no good, that which you do not know is a great hindrance to you. 14. This kind of disputing is very closely connected with the mode of discussion adopted by you lawyers in reply, and still more closely with that adopted by philosophers, as they share with the orators in the employment of the general conclusion which is drawn from inconsistent sentences, which is called by dialecticians the third mood, and by rhetoricians an enthymeme. There are many other moods used by the rhetoricians, which consist of disjunctive propositions, either this or that is the case, but this is the case, then that is not the case. And again, either this or that is the case, but this is not the case, then that is the case. And these conclusions are valid, because in a disjunctive proposition only one alternative can be true. And from those conclusions which I have mentioned above, the former is called by the dialecticians the fourth mood, and the latter the fifth. Then they add a negation of conjunctive propositions, as, it is not both this and that, but it is this, therefore it is not that. This is the sixth mood. The seventh is, it is not both this and that, but it is not this, therefore it is that. From these moods innumerable conclusions are derived, in which nearly the whole science of dialectics consists. But even those which I have now explained are not necessary for this present discussion. 15. The next topic is drawn from efficient circumstances which are called causes, and the next from the results produced by these efficient causes. I have already given instances of these, as of the other topics, and those too drawn from civil law, but these have a wider application. There are then two kinds of causes, one which of its own force to a certainty produces that effect which is subordinate to it, as, fire burns. The other is that which has no nature able to produce the effect in question, though still that effect cannot be produced without it, as, if anyone were to say, that brass was the cause of a statue, because a statue cannot be made without it. Now of this kind of causes which are indispensable to a thing being done, some are quiet, some passive, some, as it were, senseless, as, place, time, materials, tools, and other things of the same sort. But some exhibit a sort of preparatory process towards the production of the effect spoken of, and some of themselves do contribute some aid to it, although it is not indispensable, as meeting may have supplied the cause to love, love to crime. From this description of causes depending on one another in infinite series, is derived the doctrine of fate insisted on by the Stoics. And as I have thus divided the genera of causes, without which nothing can be effected, so also the genera of the efficient causes can be divided in the same manner. For there are some causes which manifestly produce the effect, without any assistance from any quarter, others which require external aid, as for instance, wisdom alone by herself makes men wise, but whether she is able alone to make men happy is a question. 16. Wherefore, when any cause efficient as to some particular end has inevitably presented itself in a discussion, it is allowable without any hesitation to conclude that what that cause must inevitably effect is effected. But when the cause is of such a nature that it does not inevitably affect the result, then the conclusion which follows is not inevitable, and that description of causes which has an inevitable effect does not usually engender mistakes, but this description, without which a thing cannot take place, does often cause perplexity. For it does not follow, because sons cannot exist without parents, that there was therefore any unavoidable cause in the parents to have children. This, therefore, without which an effect cannot be produced, must be carefully separated from that by which it is certainly produced. For that is like, would that the lofty pine on Pelion's brow had never fallen beneath the woodman's axe. For if the beam of fir had never fallen to the ground, that Argo would not have been built, and yet there was not in the beams any unavoidably efficient power. But when the forked and fiery bolt of Jove was hurled at Ajax's vessel, that ship was then inevitably burnt. And again, there is a difference between causes, because some are such that without any particular eagerness of mind, without any expressed desire or opinion, they effect what is, as it were, their own work, as for instance, that everything must die which has been born. But other results are affected either by some desire or agitation of mind, or by habit, or nature, or art, or chance. By desire, as in your case, when you read this book; by agitation, as in the case of anyone who fears the ultimate issue of the present crisis; by habit, as in the case of a man who gets easily and rapidly in a passion; by nature, as vice increases every day; by art, as in the case of a man who paints well; by chance, as in the case of a man who has a prosperous voyage. None of these things are without some cause, and yet none of them are wholly owing to any single cause. But causes of this kind are not necessary ones. 17. But in some of these causes there is a uniform operation, and in others there is not. In nature and in art there is uniformity, but in the others there is none. But still of those causes which are not uniform, some are evident, others are concealed. Those are evident which touch the desire or judgment of the mind, those are concealed which are subject to fortune, for as nothing is done without some cause, this very obscure cause, which works in a concealed manner, is the issue of fortune. Again, these results which are produced are partly unintended, partly intentional. Those are unintended which are produced by necessity, those are intentional which are produced by design. But those results which are produced by fortune are either unintended or intentional. But to shoot an arrow is an act of intention, to hit a man whom you did not mean to hit is the result of fortune. And this is the topic which you use like a battering ram in your forensic pleadings, if a weapon has flown from the man's hand rather than been thrown by him. Also agitation of mind may be divided into absence of knowledge and absence of intention. And although they are to a certain extent voluntary, for they are diverted from their course by reproof or by admonition, still they are liable to such emotions that even those acts of theirs which are intentional sometimes seem either unavoidable, or at all events unintentional. The whole topic of these causes then being now fully explained, from their differences there is derived a great abundance of arguments in all the important discussions of orators and philosophers. And in the cases which you lawyers argue, if there is not so plentiful a stock, what there are perhaps more subtle and shrewd. For in private actions the decisions in the most important cases appear to me to depend a great deal on the acuteness of the lawyers. For they are constantly present, and are taken into counsel, and they supply weapons to able advocates whenever they have recourse to their professional wisdom. In all those judicial proceedings then, in which the words according to good faith are added, or even those words, as ought to be done by one good man to another, and above all, in all cases of arbitration respecting matrimonial rights, in which the words just and better occur, the lawyers ought to be always ready. For they know what dishonest fraud, or good faith, or just, or good mean. They are acquainted with the law between partners. They know what the man who is the management of the affairs of another is bound to do with respect to him whose affairs he manages. They have laid down rules to show what the man who has committed a charge to another, and what he who has had it committed to him, ought to do, what a husband ought to confer on his wife, and a wife on her husband. It will, therefore, when they have by diligence arrived at a proper understanding of the topics from which the necessary arguments are derived, be in the power not only of orators and philosophers, but of lawyers also, to discuss with abundance of argument all the questions which can arise for their consideration. 18. Conjoined to this topic of causes is a topic which is supplied by causes. For as cause indicates effect, so what has been effected points out what the efficient cause has been. This topic ordinarily supplies to orators and poets, and often to philosophers also, that is to say, to those who have an elegant and argumentative and rich style of eloquence, a wonderful store of arguments, when they predict what will result from each circumstance. For the knowledge of causes produces a knowledge of effects. The remaining topic is that of comparison, the genus and instances of which have been already explained, as they have in the case of the other topics. At present we must explain the manner of dealing with this one. Those things then are compared which are greater than one another, or less than one another, or equal to one another. In which these points are regarded: number, appearance, power, and some particular relation to some particular thing. Things will be compared in number thus, so that more advantages may be preferred to fewer, fewer evils to more lasting advantages to those which are more short-lived, those which have an extensive application to those the effect of which is narrowed, those from which still further advantages may be derived, and those which many people may imitate and reproduce. Things again will be compared with reference to their appearance, so that those things may be preferred which are to be desired for their own sake, to those which are only sought for the sake of something else, and so that innate and inherent advantages may be preferred to acquired and adventitious ones, complete good to mixed good, pleasant things to things less pleasant, honorable things to such as are merely useful, easy things to difficult ones, necessary to unnecessary things, one's own advantage to that of others, rare things to common ones, desirable things to those which you can easily do without, things complete to things which are only begun, wholes to parts, things proceeding on reason to things void of reason, voluntary to necessary things, animate to inanimate things, things natural to things not natural, things skillfully produced by art to things with which art has no connection. But power in a comparison is perceived in this way: an efficient cause is more important than one which effects nothing. Those causes which can act by themselves are superior to those which stand in need of the aid of others. Those which are in our power are preferable to those which are in the power of another. Lasting causes surpass those which are uncertain. Things of which no one can deprive us are better than things which can be easily taken away. But the way in which people or things are disposed towards some things is of this sort: the interests of the chief citizens are more important than those of the rest, and also, those things which are more agreeable, which are approved of by more people, or which are praised by the most virtuous men, are preferable. And as in a comparison these things are the better, so those which are contrary to them are the worse. But the comparison between things like or equal to each other has no relation or submission, for it is on equal terms. But there are many things which are compared on account of their very equality, which are usually concluded in this manner: if to assist one's fellow citizens with counsel and personal aid deserves equal praise, those men who act as counselors ought to enjoy an equal glory with those who are the actual defenders of a state. But the first premise is certainly the case, therefore so must the consequent be. Every rule necessary for the discovery of arguments is now concluded, so that as you have proceeded from definition, from partition, from observation, from words connected with one another, from genus, from species, from similarity, from difference, from contraries, from accessories, from consequence, from antecedents, from things inconsistent with one another, from causes, from effects, from a comparison with greater, or lesser, or equal things, there is no topic of argument whatever remaining to be discovered. 19. But since we originally divided the inquiry in such a way that we said that other topics also were contained in the very matter which was the subject of inquiry, but of those we have spoken at sufficient length, that others were derived from external subjects, and of these we will say a little, although those things have no relation whatever to your discussions. But still we may as well make the thing complete, since we have begun it. Nor are you a man who take no delight in anything except civil law, and since this treatise is dedicated to you, though not so exclusively but that it will also come into the hands of other people, we must take pains to be as serviceable as possible to those men who are addicted to laudable pursuits. This sort of argumentation, then, which is said not to be founded on art, depends on testimony. But we call everything testimony which is deduced from any external circumstances for the purpose of implanting belief. Now it is not every one who is of sufficient weight to give valid testimony, for authority is requisite to make us believe things. But it is either a man's natural character or his age which invests him with authority. The authority derived from a man's natural character depends chiefly on his virtue, but on his age there are many things which confer authority: genius, power, fortune, skill, experience, necessity, and sometimes even a concourse of accidental circumstances. For men think able and opulent men, and men who have been esteemed during a long period of their lives, worthy of being believed. Perhaps they are not always right, but still it is not easy to change the sentiments of the common people, and both those who have formed judgments and those who adopt vague opinions shape everything with reference to them. For those men who are eminent for those qualities which I have mentioned, seem to be eminent for virtue itself. But in the other circumstances also which I have just enumerated, although there is in them no appearance of virtue, still sometimes belief is confirmed by them, if either any skill is displayed, for the influence of knowledge in inspiring belief is very great, or any experience, for people are apt to believe those who are men of experience. 20. Necessity also engenders belief, which sways both bodies and minds. For what men say when worn out with tortures, and stripes, and fire, appears to be uttered by truth itself. And those statements which proceed from agitation of mind, such as pain, cupidity, passion, and fear, because those feelings have the force of necessity, bring authority and belief. And of this kind are those circumstances from which at times the truth is discovered: childhood, sleep, ignorance, drunkenness, insanity. For children have often indicated something, though ignorant to what it related, and many things have often been discovered by sleep, and wine, and insanity. Many men also have without knowing it fallen into great difficulties, as lately happened to stale news, who said things in the hearing of certain excellent men, though a wall was between them, which, when they were revealed and brought before a judicial tribunal, were thought so wicked that he was rightly convicted of a capital offence. And we have heard something similar concerning Pausanias the Lacedaemonian, but the concourse of fortuitous events is often of this kind, when anything has happened by chance to interrupt, when anything was being done or said which it was desirable should not have been done or said. Of this kind is that multitude of suspicions of treason which were heaped upon Ptolemy. And circumstances of this kind are sometimes scarcely able to be refuted by truth itself. Of this kind too is ordinary report among the common people, which is as it were the testimony of the multitude. But those things which create belief on account of the virtue of the witness are of a twofold kind, one of which is valid on account of nature, the other by industry. For the virtue of the gods is eminent by nature, but that of men, because of their industry. Testimonies of this kind are nearly divine. First of all, that of oration, for oracles were so called from that very same word, as there is in them the oration of the gods. Then that of things in which there are, as it were, many divine works. First of all, the word itself, and its whole order and ornaments, then the airy flights and songs of birds, then the sound and heat of that same air, and the numerous prodigies of divers kinds seen on the earth, and also the power of foreseeing the future by means of the entrails of victims, many things, too, which are shown to the living by those who are asleep. From all which topics the testimonies of the gods are at times adduced so as to create belief. In the case of a man, the opinion of his virtue is of the greatest weight. For opinion goes to this extent, that those men have virtue, not only who do really possess it, but those also who appear to possess it. Therefore, those men whom they see endowed with genius and diligence and learning, and whose life they see is consistent and approved of, like Cato and Lilius, and Scipio, and many others, they consider such men as they themselves would wish to be, and not only do they think them such who enjoy honours conferred on them by the people, and who busy themselves with affairs of state, but also those who are orators, and philosophers, and poets, and historians, from whose sayings and writings authority is often sought for to establish belief. 21. Having thus explained all the topics serviceable for arguing, the first thing to be understood is, that there is no discussion whatever to which some topic or other is not applicable, and on the other hand, that it is not every topic which is applicable to every discussion, but that different topics are suited to different subjects. There are two kinds of inquiry, one, infinite, the other, definite. The definite one is that which the Greeks call, Greek, hypothesis, and we, a cause, the infinite one, that which they call, Greek, thesis, and which we may properly term a proposition. A cause is determined by certain persons, places, times, actions, and things, either all or most of them, but a proposition is declared in some one of those things, or in several of them, and those not the most important. Therefore, a proposition is a part of a cause. But the whole inquiry is about some particular one of those things in which causes are contained, whether it be one, or many, or sometimes all. But of inquiries, concerning whatever thing they are, the two kinds, one theoretical, the other practical. Theoretical inquiries are those of which the proposed aim is science, as, if it is inquired whether right proceeds from nature, or from some covenant, as it were, and bargain between men. But the following are instances of practical inquiry, whether it is the part of a wise man to meddle with statesmanship. The inquiries into theoretical matters are threefold, as what is inquired is, whether a thing exists, or what it is, or what its character is. The first of these queries is explained by conjecture, the second, by definition, the third, by distinctions of right and wrong. The method of conjecture is distributed into four parts, one of which is, when the inquiry is whether something exists, a second, when the question is, whence it has originated, a third, when one seeks to know what cause produced it, the fourth is that in which the alterations to which the subject is liable are examined, whether it exists or not, whether there is anything honorable, anything intrinsically and really just, or whether these things only exist in opinion. But the inquiry whence it has originated, is when an inquiry is such as this, whether virtue is implanted by nature, or whether it can be engendered by instruction. But the efficient cause is like this, as when an inquiry is, by what means eloquence is produced. Concerning the alterations of anything, in this manner, whether eloquence can by any alteration be converted into a want of eloquence. 22. But when the question is what a thing is, the notion is to be explained, and the property, and the division, and the partition. For these things are all attributed to definition. Description also is added, which the Greeks call, Greek, character. A notion is inquired into in this way, whether that is just which is useful to that person who is the more powerful. Property, in this way, whether melancholy is incidental to man alone, or whether beasts also are liable to it. Division, and also partition, in this manner, whether there are three descriptions of good things. Description, like this, what sort of person a miser is, what sort of person a flatterer, and other things of that sort, by which the nature and life of a man are described. But when the inquiry is what the character of something is, the inquiry is conducted either simply, or by way of comparison. Simply, in this way, whether glory is to be sought for. By way of comparison, in this way, whether glory is to be preferred to riches. Of simple inquiries there are three kinds, about seeking for or avoiding anything, about the right and the wrong, about what is honorable and what is discreditable. But of inquiries by way of comparison there are two, one of the thing itself and something else, one of something greater and something else. Of seeking for and avoiding a thing, in this way, whether riches are to be sought for, whether poverty is to be avoided. Concerning right and wrong, whether it is right to revenge oneself, whoever the person may be from whom one has received an injury. Concerning what is honorable and what is discreditable, whether it is honorable to die for one's country. But of the other kind of inquiry, which has been stated to be twofold, one is about the thing in question and something else, as if it were asked, what is the difference between a friend and a flatterer, between a king and a tyrant? The other is between something greater and something less, as if it were asked, whether eloquence is of more consequence than the knowledge of civil law. and this is enough about theoretical inquiries. It remains to speak of practical ones, of which there are two kinds, one relating to one's duty, the other to engendering, or calming, or utterly removing any affection of the mind. Relating to duty thus, as when the question is, whether children ought to be bad. Relating to influencing the mind, when exhortations are delivered to men to defend the republic, or when they are encouraged to seek glory and praise, of which kind of addresses are complaints, and encouragements, and tearful commiseration, and again, speeches extinguishing anger, or at other times removing fear, or repressing the exultation of joy, or effacing melancholy. As these different divisions belong to general inquiries, they are also transferable to causes. 23. But the next thing to be inquired is, what topics are adapted to each kind of inquiry, for all those which we have already mentioned are suitable to most kinds, but still, different topics, as I have said before, are better suited to different investigations. Those arguments are the most suitable to conjectural discussion which can be deduced from causes, from effects, or from dependent circumstances. But when we have need of definition, then we must have recourse to the principles in science of defining. And akin to this is that other argument also which we said was employed with respect to the subject in question and something else, and that is a species of definition. For if the question is, whether pertinacity and perseverance are the same thing, it must be decided by definitions. And the topics which are incidental to a discussion of this kind are those drawn from consequents, or antecedents, or inconsistencies, with the addition also of those two topics which are deduced from causes and effects. For if such and such a thing is a consequence of this, but not a consequence of that, or if such and such a thing is a necessary antecedent to this, but not to that, or if it is inconsistent with this, but not with that, or if one thing is the cause of this, and another the cause of that, or if this is effected by one thing, and that by another thing, from any one of these topics it may be discovered whether the thing which is the subject of discussion is the same thing or something else. With respect to the third kind of inquiry, in which the question is what the character of the matter in question is, those things are incidental to the comparison which were enumerated just now under the topic of comparison. But in that kind of inquiry where the question is about what is to be sought for or avoided, those arguments are employed which refer to advantages or disadvantages, whether affecting the mind or body, or being external. And again, when the inquiry is not what is honorable or discreditable, all our argument must be addressed to the good or bad qualities of the mind. But when right and wrong are being discussed, all the topics of equity are collected. These are divided in a twofold manner, as to whether they are such by nature or owing to institutions. Nature has two parts to perform, to defend itself, and to indicate right, but the agreements which establish equity are of a threefold character. One part is that which rests on laws, one depends on convenience, the third is founded on and established by antiquity of custom. And again, equity itself is said to be of a threefold nature, one division of it having reference to the gods above, another, to the shades below, a third, to mankind. The first is called piety, the second, sanctity, the third, justice or equity. 24. I have said enough about propositions. There are now a few things which require to be said about causes, for they have many things in common with propositions. There are then three kinds of causes, having for their respective objects, judgment, deliberation, and panegyric. And the object of each points out what topics we ought to employ in each. For the object of judicial judgment is right, from which also it derives its name. And the divisions of right were explained when we explained the divisions of equity. The object of deliberation is utility, of which the divisions have also been already explained when we were treating of things to be desired. The object of panegyric is honor, concerning which also we have already spoken. But inquiries which are definite are all of them furnished with appropriate topics, as if they belong to themselves, being divided into accusation and defense. And in them there are these kinds of argumentation. The accuser accuses a person of an act, the advocate for the defense opposes one of these excuses, either that the thing imputed has not been done, or that, if it has been done, it deserves to be called by a different name, or that it was done lawfully and rightly. Therefore, the first is called a defense either by way of denial or by way of conjecture, the second is called a defense by definition, the third, although it is an unpopular name, is called the judicial one. 25. The arguments proper to these excuses, being derived from the topics which we have already set forth, have been explained in our oratorical rules. But the refutation of an accusation, in which there is a repelling of a charge, which is called in Greek, stasis, is in Latin called status, on which there is founded, in the first place, such a defense as may effectually resist the attack. And also, in the deliberations and panegyrics the same refutations often have place. For it is often denied that those things are likely to happen which have been stated by some or other in his speech as sure to take place, if it can be shown either that they are actually impossible, or that they cannot be brought about without extreme difficulty. And in this kind of argumentation the conjectural refutation takes place. But when there is any discussion about utility, or honour, or equity, and about those things which are contrary to one another, then come in denials, either of the law or of the name of the action. And the same is the case in panegyrics. For one may either deny that that has been done which the person is praised for, or else that it ought to bear that name which the praiser has conferred on it, or else one may altogether deny that it deserves any praise at all, as not having been done rightly or lawfully. And Caesar employed all these different kinds of denial with exceeding impudence when speaking against my friend Cato. But the contest which arises from a denial is called by the Greeks, Greek, chronomenon. I, while writing to you, prefer calling it the precise point in dispute. But for the parts within which this discussion on the point in dispute is contained, they may be called the containing parts, being as it were the foundations of the defense. And if they are taken away there would be no defense at all. But since in arguing controversies there ought to be nothing which has more weight than the law itself, we must take pains to have the law as our assistant and witness. And in this there are, as it were, other new denials, which are called legitimate subjects of discussion. For then it is urged in defense, that the law does not say what the adversary states it to say, but something else. And that happens when the terms of the law are ambiguous, so that they can be understood in two different senses. Then the intention of the framer is opposed to the letter of the law, so that the question is, whether the words or the intention ought to have the greatest validity. Then again, another law is adduced contrary to this law. So there are three kinds of doubts which can give rise to a dispute with respect to every written document: ambiguity of expression, discrepancy between the expression and the intention, and also written documents opposed to the one in question. For this is evident, that these kinds of disputes are no more incidental to laws than to wills, or covenants, or to anything else which is contained in writing. And the way to treat these topics is explained in other books. 26. Nor is it only entire pleadings which are assisted by these topics, but the same are useful in the separate parts of an orator, being partly peculiar and partly general. As in the opening of a speech, in which the orator must employ peculiar topics in order to render his hearers well disposed to him, and docile, and attentive. And also he must attend to his relations of facts, so that they may have a bearing on his object, that is to say, that they may be plain, and brief, and intelligible, and credible, and respectable, and dignified. For although these qualities ought to be apparent throughout the whole speech, still they are peculiarly necessary in any narration. But since the belief which is given to a narration is engendered by persuasiveness, we have already, in the treatises which we have written on the general subject of oratory, explained what topics they are which have the greatest power to persuade the hearers. But the peroration has other points to attend to, and especially amplification, the effect of which ought to be, that the mind of the hearer is agitated or tranquilized by it, and if it has already been affected in that way, that the whole speech shall either increase its agitation, or calm it more completely. For this kind of peroration, by which pity, and anger, and hatred, and envy, and similar feelings of the mind are excited, rules are furnished in those books, which you may read over with me whenever you like. But as to the point on which I have known you to be anxious, your desires ought now to be abundantly satisfied. For, in order not to pass over anything which had reference to the discovery of arguments in every sort of discussion, I have embraced more topics than were desired by you, and I have done as liberal sellers often do, when they have sold a house or a farm, the movables being all accepted from the sale, still give some of them to the purchaser, which appear to be well placed as ornaments or conveniences. And so we have chosen to throw in some ornaments that were not strictly your due, in addition to that with which we had bound ourselves to furnish you. A dialogue concerning oratorical partitions. By Marcus Tullius Cicero. The persons introduced in this dialogue are Cicero and his son. It is not known when, or under what circumstances it was written. I, Cicero, Phil. I wish, my father, to hear from you in Latin the rules which you have already given me in Greek, concerning the principles of speaking, if at least you have leisure and inclination to instruct me in them. Cicero Pat. Is there anything, my Cicero, which I can be more desirous of than that you should be as learned as possible? And in the first place, I have the greatest possible leisure, since I have been able to leave Rome for a time, and in the next place, I would willingly postpone even my own most important occupations to the furthering of your studies. Cf. Will you allow me, then, to ask you questions in my turn, in Latin, about the same subjects on which you are accustomed to put questions to me in regular order in Greek? CP. Certainly, if you like, for by that means I shall perceive that you recollect what you have been told, and you will hear in regular order all that you desire. Cf. Into how many parts is the whole system of speaking divided? CP. Into 3. Cf. What are they? CP. First of all, the power of the orator, secondly, the speech, thirdly, the subject of the speech. Cf. In what does the power of the orator consist? CP. In ideas and words. But both ideas and words have to be discovered and arranged. But properly the expression to discover applies to the ideas, and the expression to be eloquent to the language, but the arranging, though that is common to both, still is usually referred rather to the discovery. Voice, gesture, expression of countenance, and all action, are companions of eloquence, and the guardian of all these things is memory. Cf. What? How many parts of an oration are there? CP. 4. 2 of them relate to explaining any subject common, namely, relation and confirmation. 2 to exciting the minds of the hearers, the opening and the peroration. Cf. What? Has the manner of inquiry any divisions? CP. It is divided into the infinite, which I term consultation, and the definite, which I call the cause. 2. C. F. Since, then, the first business of the orator is discovery, what is he to look for? CP. He is to seek to find out how to inspire those men whom he is desirous to persuade, with belief in his words, and how to affect their minds with such and such feelings. Cf. By what means is belief produced? CP. By arguments, which are derived from topics either existing in the subject itself, or assumed. Cf. What do you mean by topics? CP. Things in which arguments are concealed. Cf. What is an argument? CP. Something discovered which has a probable influence in producing belief. Cf. How, then, do you divide these two heads? CP. Those things which come into the mind without art I call remote arguments, such as testimony. Cf. What do you mean by those topics which exist in the thing itself? CP. I cannot give a clearer explanation of them. Cf. What are the different kinds of testimony? Cp. Divine and human. Divine, such as oracles, auspices, prophecies, the answers of priests, soothsayers, and diviners. Human, which is derived from authority, from inclination, and from speech either voluntary or extorted, and under this head come written documents, covenants, promises, oaths, inquiries. Cf. What are the arguments which you say belong to the cause? Cp. Those which are fixed in the things themselves, as definition, as a contrary, as those things which are like or unlike, or which correspond to or differ from the thing itself or its contrary, as those things which have as it were united, or those which are as it were inconsistent with one another, or the causes of those things which are under discussion, or the results of causes, that is to say, those things which are produced by causes, as distributions, and the genera of parts, or the parts of genera, as the beginnings and as it were outriders of things, in which there is some argument, as the comparisons between things, as to which is greater, which is equal, which is less, in which either the natures or the qualities of things are compared together. 3. C. F. Are we then to derive arguments from all these topics? Cp. Certainly we must examine into them all, and seek them from all, but we must exercise our judgment in order at all times to reject what is trivial, and sometimes pass over even common topics, and those which are not necessary. Cf. Since you have now answered me as to belief, I wish to hear your account of how one is to raise feelings. Cp. It is a very reasonable question, but what you wish to know will be explained more clearly when I come to the system of orations and inquiries themselves. Cf. What, then, comes next? Cp. When you have discovered your arguments, to arrange them properly, and in an extensive inquiry the order of the topics is very nearly that which I have set forth, but in a definite one, we must choose those topics also which relate to exciting the required feelings in the minds of the hearers. Cf. How, then, do you explain them? C.P. I have general precepts for producing belief and exciting feelings. Since belief is a firm opinion, but feelings are an excitement of the mind either to pleasure, or to vexation, or to fear, or to desire, for there are all these kinds of feelings, and many divisions of each separate genus, I adapt all my arrangement to the object of the inquiry. For the end in a proposition is belief, in a cause, both belief and feeling. Wherefore, when I have spoken of the cause, in which proposition is involved, I shall have spoken of both. Cf. What have you then to say about the cause? Cp. That it is divided according to the divisions of hearers. For they are either listeners, who do nothing more than hear, or judges, that is to say, regulators both of the fact and of the decision, so as either to be delighted or to determine something. But he decides either concerning the past as a judge, or concerning the future as a senate. So there are 3 kinds, one of judgment, one of deliberation, one of embellishment, and this last, because it is chiefly employed in panegyric, has its peculiar name from that. 4. C. F. What objects shall the orator propose to himself in these 3 kinds of oratory? Cp. In embellishment, his aim must be to give pleasure, in judicial speaking, to excite either the severity or the clemency of the judge, but in persuasion, to excite either the hope or the fear of the assembly which is deliberating. Cf. Why then do you choose this place to explain the different kinds of disputes? Cp. In order to adapt my principles of arrangement to the object of each separate kind. Cf. In what manner? Cp. Because in those orations in which pleasure is the object aimed at, the orders of arrangement differ. For either the degrees of opportunities are preserved, or the divisions of genera, or we ascend from the less to the greater, or we glide down from the greater to the less, or we distinguish between them with a variety of contrasts, when we oppose little things to great ones, simple things to complex ones, things obscure, things which are plain, what is joyful to what is sad, what is incredible to what is probable, all which topics are parts of embellishment. Cf. What is your aim in a deliberative speech? Cp. There must either be a short opening, or none at all. For the men who are deliberating are ready for their own sake to hear what you have to say. And indeed it is not often that there is much to be related, for narration refers to things either present or past, but persuasion has reference to the future. Wherefore, every speech is to be calculated to produce belief, and to excite the feelings. Cf. What next? What is the proper arrangement in judicial speeches? Cp. The arrangement suitable to the accuser is not the same as that which is good for the accused person, because the accuser follows the order of circumstances, and puts forward vigorously each separate argument, as if he had a spear in his hand, and sums them up with vehemence, and confirms them by documents, and decrees, and testimonies, and dwells carefully on each separate proof, and avails himself of all the rules of peroration which are of any force to excite the mind, and in the rest of his oration he departs a little from the regular tenor of his argument, and above all, is he earnest in summing up, for his object is to make the judge angry. V. C. F. What, on the other hand, is the person accused to do? Cp. He is to act as differently as possible in every respect. He must employ an opening calculated to conciliate goodwill. Any narrations which are disagreeable must be cut short, or if they are wholly mischievous, they must be wholly omitted. The corroborative proofs calculated to produce belief must be either weakened or obscured, or thrown into the shade by digressions. And all the perorations must be adapted to excite pity. Cf. And we, then, always preserve that order of arrangement which we desire to adopt? Cp. Surely not. The ears of the hearers are guides to a wise and prudent orator, and whatever is unpleasing to them must be altered or modified. Cf. Explain to me then now, what are the rules for the speech itself, and for the expressions to be contained in it? Cp. There is, then, one kind of eloquence which seems fluent by nature, another which appears to have been changed and modified by art. The power of the first consists in simple words, that of the second, in words and combination. Simple words require discovery, combined expressions stand in need of arrangement. And simple expressions are partly natural, partly discovered. Those are natural which are simply appellative, those are discovered which are made of those others, and remodelled either by resemblance, or by imitation, or by inflection, or by the addition of other words. And again, there is this distinction between words: some are distinguished according to their nature, some according to the way in which they are handled, some by nature, so that they are more sonorous, more grave, or more trivial, and to a certain extent neater, but others by the way in which they are handled, when either the peculiar names of things are taken, or else others which are added to the proper name, or new, or old-fashioned, or in some way or other modified and altered by the orator, such as those which are used in borrowed senses, or changed, or those which we as it were misuse, or those which we make obscure, which we in some incredible manner remove altogether, and which we embellish in a more marvellous manner than the ordinary usage of conversation sanctions. Vi. C. F. I understand you now, as far as simple expressions go. Now, I ask about words in combination. Cp. There is a certain rhythm which must be observed in such combination, and a certain order in which words must follow one another. Our ears themselves measure the rhythm, and guard against your failing to fill up with the requisite words the sentence which you have begun, and against your being too exuberant on the other hand. But the order in which words follow one another is laid down to prevent an oration being a confused medley of genders, numbers, tenses, persons, and cases. For, as in simple words, that which is not Latin, so in combined expressions, that which is not well arranged, deserves to be blamed. But there are these 5 lights, as it were, which are common to both single words and combined expressions, they must be clear, concise, probable, intelligible, agreeable. Clearness is produced by common words, appropriate, well arranged, in a well-rounded period. On the other hand, obscurity is caused by either too great length, or a too great contraction of the sentence, or by ambiguity, or by any misuse or alteration of the ordinary sense of the words. But brevity is produced by simple words, by speaking only once of each point, by aiming at no one object except speaking clearly. But an oration is probable, if it is not too highly decorated and polished, if there is authority and thought in its expressions, if its sentiments are either dignified, or else consistent with the opinions and customs of men. But an oration is brilliant, if expressions are used which are chosen with gravity, and used in metaphorical and hyperbolical senses, and if it is also full of words suited to the circumstances, and reiterated, and having the same sense, and not inconsistent with the subject under discussion, and with the imitation of things, for this is one part of an oration which almost brings the actual circumstances before our eyes, for then the sense is most easily arrived at, but still the other senses also, and especially the mind itself, can be influenced by it. But the things which have been said about a clear speech, all have reference also to the brilliant one which we are now speaking of, for this is only a kind somewhat more brilliant than that which I have called clear. By one kind we are made to understand, but by the other one we actually appear to see. But the kind of speaking which is agreeable, consists first of all of an elegance and pleasantness of sounding and sweet words, secondly, of a combination which has no harsh unions of words, nor any disjoined and open vowels, and it must also be bounded with limited periods, and in paragraphs easily to be pronounced, and full of likeness and equality in the sentences. Then again, arguments derived from contrary expressions must be added, so that repetitions must answer to repetitions, like to like, and expressions must be added, repeated, redoubled, and even very frequently reiterated. The construction of the sentences must at one time be compacted by means of conjunctions, and at another relaxed by separation of the clauses. For an oration becomes agreeable when you say anything unexpected, or unheard of, or novel, for whatever excites wonder gives pleasure. And that oration especially influences the hearer, which unites several affections of the mind, and which indicate the amiable manners of the orator himself, which are represented either by signifying his own opinion, and showing it to proceed from a humane and liberal disposition, or by a turn in the language, when for the sake either of extolling another or of disparaging himself, the orator seems to say one thing and mean another, and that too seems to be done out of courtesy rather than out of levity. But there are many rules for sweetness in speaking, which may make a speech either more obscure or less probable. Therefore, while on this topic, we must decide for ourselves what the cause requires. 7 cf. It remains, then, now for you to speak of the alterations and changes in a speech. Cp. The whole of that, then, consists in the alteration of words, and that alteration is managed in such a way in the case of single words, that the style may either be dilated by words, or contracted. It may be dilated, when a word which is either peculiar, or which has the same signification, or which has been coined on purpose, is extended by paraphrase. Or again, in another way, when a definition is held down to a single word, or when expressions borrowed from something else are banished, or made use of in a roundabout sense, or when one word is made up out of two. But in compound words a threefold change can be made, not of words, but only of order, so that when a thing has once been said plainly, as nature itself prompts, the order may be inverted, and the expression may be repeated, turned upside down, as it were, or backwards and forwards. Then again the same expression may be reiterated in a mutilated, or rearranged, form. But the practice of speaking is very much occupied in all these kinds of conversion. Cf. The next point is action, if I do not mistake. Cp. It is so, and that must be constantly varied by the orator, in correspondence with the importance of his subjects and of his expressions. For the orator makes an oration clear, and brilliant, and probable, and agreeable, not only by his words, but also by the variety of his tones, by the gestures of his body, by the changes of his countenance, which will be of great weight if they harmonize with the character of his address, and follow its energy and variety. Cf. Is there nothing remaining to be said about the orator himself? Cp. Nothing at all, except as to memory, which is in a certain manner the sister of writing, and though in a different class greatly resembles it. For as it consists of the characters of letters, and of that substance on which those characters are impressed, so a perfect memory uses topics, as writing does wax, and on them arranges its images as if they were letters. 8. Cf. Since, then, you have thus explained all the power of an orator, what have you to tell me about the rules for an oration? Cp. That there are 4 divisions in an oration, of which the first and last are of avail to excite such and such feelings in the mind, for they are to be excited by the openings and perorations of speeches, the second is narration, and the third, being confirmation, adds credibility to a speech. But although amplification has its own proper place, being often in the opening of a speech, and almost always at the end, still it may be employed also in other parts of the speech, especially when any point has been established, or when the orator has been finding fault with something. Therefore, it is of the very greatest influence in producing belief. For amplification is a sort of vehement argumentation, the one being used for the sake of teaching, the other with the object of acting on the feelings. Cf. Proceed, then, to explain to me these 4 divisions in regular order. P. I will do so, and I will begin with the opening of a speech, which is usually derived either from the persons concerned, or from the circumstances of the case. And openings are employed with 3 combined objects, that we may be listened to with friendly feelings, intelligently and attentively. And the first topic employed in openings has reference to ourselves, to our judges, and to our adversaries, from which we aim at laying the foundations of goodwill towards us, either by our own merits, or by our dignity, or by some kind of virtue, and especially by the qualities of liberality, duty, justice, and good faith, and also by imputing opposite qualities to our adversaries, and by intimating that the judges themselves have some interest on our side, either in existence, or in prospect. And if any hatred has been excited against, or any offense been given by us, we then apply ourselves to remove or diminish that, by denying or extenuating the cause, or by atoning for it, or by deprecating hostility. But in order that we may be listened to in an intelligent and attentive manner, we must begin with the circumstances of the case themselves. But the hearer learns and understands what the real point in dispute is most easily if you, from the first beginning of your speech, embrace the whole genus and nature of the cause, if you define it, and divide it, and neither perplex his discernment by the confusion, nor his memory by the multitude, of the several parts of your discourse, and all the things which will presently be said about lucid narration may also with propriety be considered as bearing on this division too. But that we may be listened to with attention, we must do one of these things. For we must advance some propositions which are either important, or necessary, or connected with the interests of those before whom the discussion is proceeding. This also may be laid down as a rule, that, if ever the time itself, or the facts of the case, or the place, or the intervention of anyone, or any interruption, or anything which may have been said by the adversary, and especially in his peroration, has given us any opportunity of saying anything well suited to the occasion, we must on no account omit it. And many of the rules, which we give in their proper place, about amplification, may be transferred here to the consideration of the opening of a speech. 9. F. What next? What rules, then, are to be attended to in narration? CP. Since narration is an explanation of facts, and a sort of base and foundation for the establishment of belief, those rules are most especially to be observed in it, which apply also, for the most part, to the other divisions of speaking, part of which are necessary, and part are assumed for the sake of embellishment. For it is necessary for us to narrate events in a clear and probable manner, but we must also attend to an agreeable style. Therefore, in order to narrating with clearness, we must go back to those previous rules for explaining and illustrating facts, in which brevity is enjoined and taught. And brevity is one of the points most frequently praised in narration, and we have already dwelt enough upon it. Again, our narrative will be probable, if the things which are related are consistent with the character of the persons concerned, with the times and places mentioned, if the cause of every fact and event is stated, if they appear to be proved by witnesses, if they are in accordance with the opinions and authority of men, with law, with custom, and with religion, if the honesty of the narrator is established, his candor, his memory, the uniform truth of his conversation, and the integrity of his life. Again, a narration is agreeable which contains subjects calculated to excite admiration, expectation, and looked-for results, sudden feelings of the mind, conversations between people, grief, anger, fear, joy, desires. However, let us proceed to what follows. Cf. What follows is, I suppose, what relates to producing belief. Cp. Just so. And those topics are divided into confirmation and reprehension. For in confirmation we seek to establish our own assertion, in reprehension, to invalidate those of our adversaries. Since, then, everything which is ever the subject of a dispute, is so because the question is raised whether it exists or not, or what it is, or of what character it is. In the first question conjecture has weight, in the second, definition, and in the third, reasoning. X. C. F. I understand this division. At present, I ask, what are the topics of conjecture? Cp. They arise from probabilities, and turn wholly on the peculiar characteristics of things. But for the sake of instructing you, I will call that probable which is generally done in such and such a way as it is probable that youth should be rather inclined to lust. But the indication of an appropriate characteristic is something which never happens in any other way, and which declares something which is certain as smoke is a proof of fire. Probabilities are discovered from the parts and, as it were, members of a narration. They exist in persons, in places, in times, in facts, in events, in the nature of the facts and circumstances which may be under discussion. But in persons, the first things considered are the natural qualities of health, figure, strength, age, and whether they are male or female. And all these concern the body alone. But the qualities of the mind, or how they are affected, depends on virtues, vices, arts, and want of art, or in another sense, on desire, fear, pleasure, or annoyance. And these are the natural circumstances which are principally considered. In fortune, we look at a man's race, his friends, his children, his relations, his kinsmen, his wealth, his honors, his power, his estates, his freedom, and also at all the contraries to these circumstances. But in respect of place, some things arise from nature as, whether a place is on the coast or at a distance from the sea, whether it is level or mountainous, whether it is smooth or rough, wholesome or pestilential, shady or sunny. These again are fortuitous circumstances, whether a place is cultivated or uncultivated, frequented or deserted, full of houses or naked, obscure or ennobled by the traces of mighty exploits, consecrated or profane. 11. But in respect of time, one distinguishes between the present, and the past, and the future. And in these divisions there are the further subdivisions of ancient, recent, immediate, likely to happen soon, or likely to be very remote. In time there are also these other divisions, which mark, as it were, natural sections of time, as winter, spring, summer, and autumn. Or again, the periods of the year, as a month, a day, and night, an hour, a season. All these are natural divisions. There are other accidental divisions, such as days of sacrifice, days of festival, weddings. Again, facts and events are either designed or unintentional, and these last arise either from pure accident, or from some agitation of mind, by accident when a thing has happened in a different way from what was expected, from some agitation, when either forgetfulness, or mistake, or fear, or some impulse of desire has been the acting cause. Necessity, too, must be classed among the causes of unintentional actions or results. Again, of good and bad things there are three classes. For they can exist either in men's minds or bodies, or they may be external to both of these materials. Then, as far as they are subordinate to argument, all the parts must be carefully turned over in the mind, and conjectures bearing on the subject before us must be derived from each part. There is also another class of arguments which is derived from traces of a fact, as a weapon, blood, an outcry which has been raised, trepidation, changes of complexion, inconsistency of explanation, trembling, or any of these circumstances which can be perceived by our senses, or if anything appears to have been prepared, or communicated to anyone, or if anything has been seen or heard, or if any information has been given. But of probabilities, some influence us separately by their own weight, some, although they appear trifling by themselves, still, when all collected together, have great influence. And in such probabilities as these there are sometimes some unerring and peculiar distinguishing characteristics of things. But what produces the surest belief in a probability is, first of all, a similar instance, then the similarity of the present case to that instance, sometimes even a fable, though it is an incredible one, has its influence, nevertheless, on men's minds. 12. C. F. What next? What is the principle of definition, and what is the system of it? CP. There is no doubt but that definition belongs to the genus, and is distinguishable by a certain peculiarity of the characteristics which it mentions, or else by a number of common circumstances, from which we may extract something which looks like a peculiar property. But since there is often very great disagreement about what are peculiar properties, we must often derive our definitions from contraries, often from things dissimilar, often from things parallel. Wherefore descriptions also are often suitable in this kind of address, and an enumeration of consequences, and above all things, an explanation of the names and terms employed, is most effectual. Cf. You have now then explained nearly all the questions which arise about a fact, or about the name given to such fact. The next thing is, when the fact itself and its proper title are agreed upon, that a doubt arises as to what its character is. CP. You are quite right. Cf. What divisions, then, are there in this part of the argument? CP. One urges either that what has been lawfully done, for the sake either of warding off or of avenging an injury, or under pretext of piety, or chastity, or religion, or one's country, or else that it has been done through necessity, out of ignorance, or by chance. For those things which have been done in consequence of some motion or agitation of the mind, without any positive intention, have, in legal proceedings, no defense if they are impeached, though they may have an excuse if discussed on principles unfettered by strict rules of law. In this class of discussion, in which the question is, what the character of the act is, one inquires, in the terms of the controversy, whether the act has been rightly and lawfully done or not, and the discussion on these points turns on a definition of the before-mentioned topics. Cf. Since, then, you have divided the topics to give credit to an oration into confirmation and reprehension, and since you have fully discussed the one, explain to me now the subject of reprehension. CP. You must either deny the whole of what the adversary has assumed in argumentation, if you can show it to be fictitious or false, or you must refute what he has assumed as probable. First of all, you must urge that he has taken what is doubtful as if it were certain. In the next place, that the very same things might be said in cases which were evidently false, and lastly, that these things which he has assumed do not produce the consequences which he wishes to be inferred from them. And you must attack his details, and by that means break down his whole argument. Instances also must be brought forward which were overruled in a similar discussion, and you must wind up with the complaints of the condition of the general danger, if the life of innocent men is exposed to the ingenuity of men devoted to calumny. 13. C. F. Since I know now whence arguments can be derived which have a tendency to create belief, I am waiting to hear how they are severally to be handled in speaking. CPU seem to be inquiring about argumentation, and as to how to develop arguments. CF. That is the very thing that I want to know. CP. The development, then, of an argument is argumentation, and that is when you assume things which are either certain or at least probable, from which to derive a conclusion, which taken by itself is doubtful, or at all events not very probable. But there are two kinds of arguing, one of which aims directly at creating belief, the other principally looks to exciting such and such feelings. It goes straight on when it has proposed to itself something to prove, and assumed grounds on which it may depend, and when these have been established, it comes back to its original proposition, and concludes. But the other kind of argumentation, proceeding as it were backwards and in an inverse way, first of all assumes what it chooses, and confirms it, and then, having excited the minds of the hearers, it throws on to the end at which was its original object. But there is this variety, and a distinction which is not disagreeable in arguing, as when we ask something ourselves, or put questions, or express some command, or some wish, as all these figures are a kind of embellishment to an oration. But we shall be able to avoid too much sameness, if we do not always begin with the proposition which we desire to establish, and if we do not confirm each separate point by dwelling on it separately, and if we are at times very brief in our explanation of what is sufficiently clear, and if we do not consider it at all times necessary to sum up and enumerate what results from these premises when it is sufficiently clear. 14. C. F. What comes next? Is there any way or any respect in which those things which are said to be devoid of art, and which you said just now were accessories to the main argument, require art? CP. Indeed they do. Nor are they called devoid of art because they really are so, but because it is not the art of the orator which produces them, but they are brought to him from abroad, as it were, and then he deals with them artistically, and this is especially the case as to witnesses. For it is often necessary to speak of the whole class of witnesses, and to show how weak it is, and to urge that arguments refer to facts, testimony to inclination, and one must have recourse to precedents of cases where witnesses were not believed, and with respect to individual witnesses, if they are by nature vain, trifling, discreditable, or if they have been influenced by hope, by fear, by anger, by pity, by bribery, by interest, and they must be compared with the authority of the witnesses in the case cited, where the witnesses were not believed. Often, also, one must resist examinations under torture, because many men, out of a desire to avoid pain, have often told lies under torture, and have preferred dying while confessing a falsehood to suffering pain while persisting in their denial. Many men, also, have been indifferent to the preservation of their own life, as long as they could save those who were dearer to them than they were to themselves. Others, owing to the nature of their bodies, or to their being accustomed to pain, or because they feared punishment and execution, have endured the violence of torture. Others, also, have told lies against those whom they hated, and all these arguments are to be fortified by instances. Nor is it at all uncertain that, since there are instances on both sides of a question, and topics also for forming conjectures on both sides, contrary arguments must be used in contrary cases. There is, also, another method of disparaging witnesses, and examinations under torture, for often those answers which have been given may be attacked very cleverly, if they have been expressed rather ambiguously or inconsistently, or with any incredible circumstances, or in different ways by different witnesses. 15. C. F. The end of the oration remains to be spoken of by you, and that is included in the peroration, which I wish to hear you explain. CP. The explanation of the peroration is easy, for it is divided into two parts, amplification and enumeration. And the proper place for amplification is in the peroration, and also in the course of the oration there are opportunities of digressing for the purpose of amplification, by corroborating or refuting something which has been previously said. Amplification, then, is a kind of graver affirmation, which by exciting feelings in the mind conciliates belief to one's assertion. It is produced by the kind of words used, and by the facts dwelt upon. Expressions are to be used which have a power of illustrating the oration, yet such as are not unusual, but weighty, full-sounding, sonorous, compound, well-invented, and well-applied, not vulgar, borrowed from other subjects, and often metaphorical, not consisting of single words, but dissolved into several clauses, which are uttered without any conjunction between them, so as to appear more numerous. Amplification is also obtained by repetition, by iteration, by redoubling words, and by gradually rising from lower to loftier language, and it must be altogether a natural and lively sort of speech, made up of dignified language, well suited to give a high idea of the subject spoken of. This then is amplification as far as language goes. To the language there must be adapted expression of tone, of countenance, and gesture, all in harmony together and calculated to rouse the feelings of the hearers. But the cause must be maintained both by language and action, and carried on according to circumstances. 4. Because these appear very absurd when they are more vehement than the subject will bear, we must diligently consider what is becoming to each separate speaker, and in each separate case. 16. The amplification of facts is derived from all the same topics as those arguments which are adduced to create belief. And above all things, a number of accumulated definitions carries weight with it, and a repeated assertion of consequence, and a comparison of contrary and dissimilar facts, and of inconsistent circumstances. Causes too, and those things which arise from causes, and especially similarities and instances, are efficacious, so also are imaginary characters. Lastly, mute things may be introduced as speaking, and altogether all things are to be employed, if the cause will allow of them, which are considered important, and important things are divisible into two classes. For there are some things which seem important by nature, and some by use. By nature, as heavenly and divine things, and those things the causes of which are obscure, as those things which are wonderful on the earth and in the world, from which and from things resembling which, if you only take care, you will be able to draw many arguments for amplifying the dignity of the cause which you are advocating. By use, which appear to be of exceeding benefit or exceeding injury to men, and of these there are three kinds suitable for amplification. The men are either moved by affection, for instance, by affections for the gods, for their country, or for their parents, or by love, as for their wives, their brothers, their children, or their friends, or by honorableness, as by that of the virtues, and especially of those virtues which tend to promote sociability among men, and liberality. From them exhortations are derived to maintain them, and hatred is excited against, and commiseration awakened for those by whom they are violated. 17. It is a very proper occasion for having recourse to amplification, when these advantages are either lost, or when there is danger of losing them. For nothing is so pitiable as a man who has become miserable after having been happy. And this is enough to move us greatly, if anyone falls from good fortune, and if he loses all his friends, and if we have it briefly explained to us what great happiness he is losing or has lost, and by what evils he is overwhelmed, or is about to be overwhelmed. But tears soon dry, especially at another's misfortunes. Nor is there anything which it is less wise to exhaust than amplification. For all diligence attends to minutiae, but this topic requires only what is on a large scale. Here again is a matter for a man's judgment, what kind of amplification we should employ in each cause. For in those causes which are embellished for the sake of pleasing the hearers, those topics must be dealt with, which can excite expectation, admiration, or pleasure. But in exhortations, the enumerations of instances of good and bad fortune, and instances and precedents, are arguments of great weight. In trials those topics are the most suitable for an accuser which tend to excite anger. Those are usually the most desirable for a person on his trial which relate to raising pity. But sometimes the accuser ought to seek to excite pity, and the advocate for the defense may aim at rousing indignation. Enumeration remains a topic sometimes necessary to a panegyrist, not often to one who is endeavoring to persuade, and more frequently to a prosecutor than to a defendant. It has two turns: if you either distrust the recollection of those men before whom you are pleading, either on account of the length of time that has elapsed since the circumstances of which you are speaking, or because of the length of your speech. In this case your cause will have the more strength if you bring up numberless corroborative arguments to strengthen your speech, and explain them with brevity. And the defendant will have less frequent occasion to use them, because he has to lay down propositions which are contrary to them, and his defense will come out best if it is brief, and full of pungent stings. But in enumeration, it will be necessary to avoid letting it have the air of a childish display of memory, and he will best avoid that fault who does not recapitulate every trifle, but who touches on each particular briefly, and dwells only on the more weighty and important points. 18. C. F. Since you have now discussed the orator himself and his oration, explain to me now the topic of questions, which you reserved for the last of the three. CP. There are, as I said at the beginning, two kinds of questions, one of which, that which is limited to times and persons, I call the cause, the other, which is infinite, and bounded neither by times nor by persons, I call the proposition. But consultation is, as it were, a part of the cause and controversy. For in the definite there is what is infinite, and nevertheless everything is referred to it. Wherefore, let us first speak of the proposition, of which there are two kinds, one of investigation, the end of this science, as for instance, whether the senses are to be depended upon, the other of action, which is reference to doing something, as if anyone were to inquire by what services one ought to cultivate friendship. Again, of the former, namely, of investigation, there are three kinds: whether a thing is, or is not, what it is, of what sort it is, whether it is or not, as whether right is a thing existing by nature or by custom, but what a thing is, as whether that is right which is advantageous to the greater number. And again, what sort of a thing anything is, as whether to live justly is useful or not. But of action there are two kinds, one having reference to pursuing or avoiding anything, as for instance, by what means you can acquire glory, or how envy may be avoided. The other, which is referred to some advantage or expediency, as how the republic ought to be managed, or how a man ought to live in poverty. But again in investigation, when the question is whether a thing is, or is not, or has been, or is likely to be, one kind of question is, whether anything can be effected, as when the question is whether anyone can be perfectly wise. Another question is, how each thing can be effected, as for instance, by what means virtue is engendered, by nature, or reason, or use. And of this kind are all those questions in which, as in obscure subjects or those which turn on natural philosophy, the causes and principles of things are explained. 19. But of that kind in which the question is what that is which is the subject of discussion, there are two sorts, in the one of which one must discuss whether one thing is the same as another, or different from it, as whether pertinacity is the same as perseverance. But in the other one must give a description and representation as it were of some genus, as for instance, what sort of a man a miser is, or what pride is. But in the third kind, in which the question is what sort of thing something is, we must speak either of its honesty, or of its utility, or of its equity. Of its honesty thus, whether it is honourable to encounter danger or unpopularity for a friend. But of its expediency thus, whether it is expedient to occupy oneself in the conduct of state affairs, but of its equity thus, whether it is just to prefer one's friend to one's relations. And in the same kind of discussion, in which the question is what sort of thing something is, there arises another kind of way of arguing. For the question is not simply what is honorable, what is expedient, what is equitable, but also by comparison, which is more honorable, which is more expedient, which is more equitable, and even which is most honorable, which is most expedient, which is most equitable, of which kind are those speculations, which is the most excellent dignity in life. And all these questions, as I have said before, are parts of investigation. There remains the question of action, one kind of which is conversant with the giving of rules which relate to principles of duty, as, for instance, how one's parents are to be reverenced, and the other to tranquilizing the minds of men and healing them by one's oration, as in consoling affliction, in repressing ill temper, in removing fear, or in allaying covetousness. And this kind is exactly opposed to that by means of which the speaker proposes to engender those same feelings of the mind, or to excite them, which it is often requisite to do in amplifying an oration. And these are nearly all the divisions of consultation. 20. C. F. I understand you, but I should like to hear from you what in these divisions is the proper system for discovering and arranging the heads of one's discourse. CP. What? Do you think it is a different one, and not the same which has been explained, so that everything may be deduced from the same topics, both to create belief, and to discover arguments? But the system of arrangement which has been explained as appropriate to other kinds of speeches may be transferred to this also. Since therefore we have now investigated the entire arrangement of the consultations which we propose to discuss, the kinds of causes are now the principal things which remain, and their species is twofold, one of which aims at affording gratification to the ears, while the whole object of the other is to obtain, and prove, and effect the purpose which it is in view. Therefore the former is called embellishment, and as it may be a kind of extensive operation, and sufficiently various, we have selected one instance of it which we adopt for the purpose of praising illustrious men, and of vituperating the wicked ones. For there is no kind of oration which can be either more fertile in its topics, or more profitable to states, or in which the orator is bound to have a more extensive acquaintance with virtues and vices. But the other class of causes is conversant either with the foresight of the future, or with discussions on the past, one of which topics belongs to deliberation and the other to judgment. From which division three kinds of causes have arisen, one, which, from the best portion of it, is called that of panegyric, another that of deliberation, the third that of judicial decisions. Wherefore let us first, if you please, discuss the first. Cf. Certainly, I do please. 21. C. P. And the systems of blaming and praising, which have influenced not only on speaking well but also on living honorably, I will explain briefly, and I will begin from the first principles of praise and blame. For everything is to be praised which is united with virtue, and everything which is connected with vice is to be blamed. Wherefore the end of the one is honour, of the other baseness. But this kind of discourse is composed of the narration and explanation of facts, without any argumentations, in a way calculated to handle the feelings of the mind gently rather than to create belief or to confirm it in a suitable manner. For they are not doubtful points which are established in this way, but those which being certain, or at least admitted as certain, are enlarged upon. Wherefore the rules for narrating them and enlarging upon them must be sought for from among those which have been already laid down. And since in these causes the whole system has reference generally to the pleasure and entertainment of the hearer, the speakers must employ in them all the beauties of those separate expressions which have in them the greatest amount of sweetness. That is, he must often use newly coined words, and old-fashioned words, and metaphorical language, and in the very construction of his periods he must often compare like with like, and parallel cases with parallel. He must have recourse to contrasts, to repetitions, to harmoniously turned sentences, formed not like verses, but to gratify the sensations of the ears by as it were a suitable moderation of expression. And those ornaments are frequently to be employed, which are of a marvellous and unexpected character, and also those which are full of monsters, and prodigies, and oracles. And also those things must be mentioned which appear to have befallen the man of whom the orator is speaking in consequence of some divine interposition, or decree of destiny. For all the expectation and admiration of the hearer, and all unexpected terminations, contribute to the pleasure which is felt in listening to the orator. 22. But since advantages or evils are of three classes, external, affecting the mind, or affecting the body, the first are external, which are derived from the genus, and this being praised in brief and moderate terms, or, if it is discreditable, being passed over, if it is of a lowly nature, being either passed over, or handled in such a way as to increase the glory of him whom you are praising. In the next place, if the case allows it, we must speak of his fortune and his abilities, and after that of his personal qualifications, among which it is very natural to praise his beauty, which is one of the greatest indications of virtue. After that we must come to his actions. The arrangement is threefold, for we must have regard either to the order of time, or the most recent actions must be spoken of first, or else many and various actions of his must be classified according to the different kinds of virtue which they display. But this topic of virtues and vices, which is a very extensive one, will now be brought into a very brief and narrow compass, instead of the many and various volumes in which philosophers have discussed it. The power of virtue then is twofold, for virtue is distinguished either by theory or by practice. For that which is called prudence, or shrewdness, or, if we must have the most dignified title for it, wisdom, is all theoretical. But that which is praised as regulating the passions, and restraining the feelings of the mind, finds its exercise in practice. And its name is temperance. And prudence when exerted in a man's own business is called domestic, when displayed in the affairs of the state is called civil prudence. But temperance in like manner is divided according to its sphere of action, whether displayed in a man's own affairs, or in those of the state. And it is discerned in two ways with respect to advantages, both by not desiring what it has not got, and by abstaining from what it is in its power to get. Again, in the case of disadvantages it is also twofold, for that quality which resists impending evils is called fortitude, that which bears and endures the evil that is present is termed patience, and that which embraces these two qualities is called magnanimity. And one of the forms of this virtue is shown in the use of money, and at the same time loftiness of spirit in supporting disadvantages, and especially injuries, and everything of the sort, being grave, sedate, and never turbulent. But that division of virtue which is exercised between one being and another is called justice, and that one exercised towards the gods is called religion, towards one's relations, affection, towards all the world, goodness, when displayed in things entrusted to one, good faith, as exhibited in moderation of punishment, lenity, when it develops itself in goodwill towards an individual its name is friendship. 23. And all these virtues are visible in practice. But there are others, which are as it were the handmaidens and companions of wisdom, one of which distinguishes between and decides what arguments in a discussion are true or false, and what follows from what premises. And this virtue is wholly placed in the system and theory of arguing, but the other virtue belongs to the orator. For eloquence is nothing but wisdom speaking with great copiousness, and while derived from the same source as that which is displayed in disputing, is more rich, and of wide application, better suited to excite the minds of men and to work on the feelings of the common people. But the guardian of all the virtues, which avoids all conspicuousness, and yet attains the greatest eminence of praise, is modesty. And these are for the most part certain habits of mind, so affected and disposed as to be each of them distinguished from one another by some peculiar kind of virtue, and according as everything is done by one of them, in the same proportion must it be honorable and in the highest degree praiseworthy. But there are other habits also of a well-instructed mind which has been cultivated beforehand as it were, and prepared for virtue by virtuous pursuits and accomplishments, as in a man's private affairs, the studies of literature, as of tunes and sounds, of measurement, of the stars, of horses, of hunting, of arms. In the affairs of the commonwealth his eager pursuit of some particular kind of virtue, which he selects as his especial object of devotion, in discharging his duty to the gods, or in showing careful and remarkable affection to his relations, his friends, or those connected with family ties of hospitality. And these then are the different kinds of virtue. But those of vice are their exact contraries. But these also must be examined carefully, so that those vices may not deceive us which appear to imitate virtue. For cunning tries to assume the character of prudence, and moroseness, in despising pleasures, wishes to be taken for temperance, and pride, which puffs a man up, and which affects to despise legitimate honors, seeks to vaunt itself as magnanimity, prodigality calls itself liberality, audacity imitates courage, hard-hearted sternness imitates patience, bitterness justice, superstition religion, weakness of mind lenity, timidity modesty, captiousness and carping at words wishes to pass for acuteness in arguing, and an empty fluency of language for this oratorical vigor at which we are aiming. And those, too, appear akin to virtuous pursuits, which run to excess in the same class. Wherefore all the force of praise or blame must be derived from these divisions of virtues and vices. But in the whole context, as it were, of the oration, these points must above all others be made clear, how each person spoken of has been born, how he has been educated, how he has been trained, and what are his habits, and if any great or surprising thing has happened to anyone, especially if anything which has happened should appear to have befallen him by the interposition of the gods, and also whatever the person in question has thought, or said, or done, must be adapted to the different kinds of virtue which have been enumerated, and from the same topics we must inquire into the causes of things, and the events, and the consequences. Nor ought the death of those men, whose life is praised, to be passed over in silence, provided only there be anything noticeable either in the manner of their death, or in the consequences which have resulted from their death. 24. C. F. I have attended to what you say, and I have learnt briefly, not only how to praise another, but also how to endeavor to deserve to be praised myself. Let us, then, consider in the next place what system and what rules we are to observe in delivering our sentiments. CP in deliberation, then, the end aimed at is utility, to which everything is referred in giving counsel, and in delivering our sentiments, so that the first thing which requires to be noticed by any one who is advising or dissuading from such and such a course of action is what is possible to be done, or what is impossible, or what is necessary to be done, or what is unnecessary. For if a thing be impossible there is no use in deliberating about it, however desirable it may be, and if a thing be necessary, when I say necessary, I mean such that without it we cannot be safe or free, then that must be preferred to everything else which is either honorable or advantageous in public affairs. But when the question is, what can be done, we must also consider how easily it can be done, for the things which are very difficult are often to be considered in the same light as if they were totally impossible. And when we are discussing necessity, although there may be something which is not absolutely necessary, still we must consider of how much importance it is. For that which is of very great importance indeed, is often considered necessary. Therefore, as this kind of cause consists of persuasion and dissuasion, the speaker who is trying to persuade, has a simple course before him: if a thing is both advantageous and possible, let it be done. The speaker who is trying to dissuade his hearers from some course of action, has a twofold division of his labor. 1. if it is not useful it must not be done. The other, if it is impossible it must not be undertaken. And so, the speaker who is trying to persuade must establish both these points. The one whose objective is to dissuade may be content with invalidating either. Since, then, all deliberation turns on these 2 points, let us first speak of utility, which is conversant about the distinction between advantages and disadvantages. But of advantages, some are necessarily such, as life, chastity, liberty, or as children, wives, relations, parents, and some are not necessarily such, and of these last, some are to be sought for their own sakes, as those which are classed among the duties or virtues, and others are to be desired because they produce some advantage, as riches and influence. But of those advantages which are sought for their own sake, some are sought for their honorableness, some for their convenience, which is inherent in them. Those are sought for their honorableness which proceed from those virtues which have been mentioned a little while ago, which are intrinsically praiseworthy on their own account, but those are sought on account of some inherent advantage which are desirable as to goods of fortune or of the body, some of which are to a certain extent combined with honorableness, as honor and glory. Some have no connection with that, as strength, beauty, health, nobleness, riches, troops of dependence. There is also a certain sort of matter, as it were, which is subordinate to what is honorable, which is most particularly visible in friendship. But friendships are seen in affection and in love. For regard for the gods, and for our parents, and for our country, and for those men who are eminent for wisdom or power, is usually referred to affection, but wives, and children, and brothers, and others whom habit and intimacy has united with us, although they are bound to us by affection, yet the principal tie is love. As, then, you know now what is good in these things, it is easily to be understood what are the contrary qualities. 25. But if we were able always to preserve what is best, we should not have much need of deliberation, since that is usually very evident. But because it often happens on account of some peculiarity in the times, which has great weight, that expediency is at variance with what is honorable, and since the comparison of the 2 principles gives rise to deliberation, lest we should either pass over what is seasonable, on account of some considerations of dignity, or what is honorable on account of some idea of expediency, we may give examples to guide us in explaining this difficulty. And since an oration must be adapted not only to truth, but also to the opinions of the hearers, let us first consider this, that there are 2 kinds of men, one of them unlettered and rustic, always preferring what is expedient to what is honorable, the other, accomplished and polite, preferring dignity to everything. Therefore, the one class sets its heart upon praise, honor, glory, good faith, justice, and every virtue, but the other regards only gain, emolument, and profit, and even pleasure, which is above all things hostile to virtue, and which adulterates the nature of what is good by a treacherous imitation of it, which all men of grosser ideas eagerly follow, and which prefers that spurious copy, not only to what is honorable, but even to what is necessary, must often be praised in a speech aiming at persuasion, when you are giving counsel to men of that sort. 26. This also must be considered, how much greater eagerness men display in fleeing from what is disadvantageous, than in seeking what is advantageous, for they are in the same manner not so zealous in seeking what is honorable, as in avoiding what is base. For whoever seeks for honor, or glory, or praise, or any kind of credit as earnestly as he flees from ignominy, infamy, contumely, and disgrace, for these things are attended with great pain. There is a class of men born for honor, not corrupted by evil training and perverted opinions, on which account, when exhorting or persuading, we must keep in view the object of teaching them by what means we may be able to arrive at what is good, and to avoid what is evil. But before men who have been properly brought up, we shall dwell chiefly on praise and honorableness, and speak chiefly of those kinds of virtues which are concerned in maintaining and increasing the general advantage of men. But if we are speaking before uneducated and ignorant men, then we shall set before them profits, emoluments, pleasures, and the means of escaping pain. We shall also introduce the mention of insult and ignominy, for no one is such a clown as not, even though honor itself may have no influence on him, to be greatly moved by insult and disgrace. Wherefore we must find out from what has been already said, what is reference to utility, but as to what is possible to be done or not, with reference to which people usually inquire also how easily a thing can be done, and how far it is desirable that it should be done, we must consider chiefly with reference to those causes which produce each separate result. For there are some causes which of themselves produce results, and some which only contribute to the production of a result. Therefore, the first are called efficient causes, and the last are classed as such, that without them a thing cannot be brought about. Again, of efficient causes, some are complete and perfect in themselves, some are accessory to, and, as it were, partners in the production of the result in question. And of this kind the effect is very much diversified, being sometimes greater or less, so that which is the most efficacious is often called the only cause, though it is in reality but the main one. There are also other causes which, either on account of their origin or on account of their result, are called efficient causes. But when the question is, what is best to be done, then it is either utility or the hope of doing it which urges men's minds to agree with the speaker. And since we have now said enough about utility, let us speak of the means of effecting it. 27. And on this point of the subject we must consider with whom, and against whom, and at what time, and in what place we are to do such and such a thing, also what means of arms, money, allies, or those other things which relate to the doing of any particular thing we have it in our power to employ. Nor must we consider only those means which we have, but those circumstances also which are unfavourable to us. And if in the comparison the advantage is preponderate, then we must persuade our hearers, not only that what we are advising can be effected, but we must also take care that it shall appear easy, manageable, and agreeable. But if we are dissuading from any particular course, then we must either disparage the utility of it, or we must make the most of the difficulties of doing it, not having recourse to other rules, but to the same topics as are used when trying to persuade our hearers to anything. And whether persuading or dissuading, the speaker must have a store of precedents, either modern, which will be the best known, or ancient, which will perhaps have the most weight. And in this kind of discourse he must consider how he may be able often to make what is useful or necessary appear superior to what is honourable, or vice versa. But sentiments of this kind will have great weight in influencing men's minds, if it is desirable to make an impression on them, which relate either to the gratification of people's desires, or to the glutting of hatred, or to the avenging of injury. But if the object is to repress the feelings of the hearers, then they must be reminded of the uncertainty of fortune, of the doubtfulness of future events, and of the risk there may be of retaining their existing fortune, if it is good, and on the other hand, of the danger of its lasting if it is bad. And these are topics for peroration. But in expressing one's opinions, the opening ought to be short, for the orator does not come forth as a suppliant, as if he were speaking before a judge, but as an exhorter and adviser. Wherefore, he ought to settle beforehand with what intention he is going to speak, what his object is, what the subject of his discourse is to be, and he ought to exhort his hearers to listen to him while he detains them but a short time. And the whole of his oration ought to be simple, and dignified, and embellished rather by its sentiments than by its expressions. 28. Cf. I understand the topics of panegyric and persuasion. Now I am waiting to hear what is suited to judicial oratory, and I think that that is the only subject remaining. CPU are quite right. And of that kind of oratory the object is equity, which is regarded, not in a single point of view only, but very often by a sort of comparison, as when there is a dispute as to who is the most appropriate prosecutor, or when the possession of an inheritance is sought for without any express law, or without any will. In which causes the question is, which alternative is the more equitable or which is most equitable? And for these causes a supply of arguments is sought for out of those topics of equity which will be mentioned presently. And even before the decision is given, there is often a dispute about the constitution of the bench of judges, when the question is either whether the person who brings the action has a right of action, or whether he has it at the present time, or whether he has ceased to have it, or whether the action ought to be brought under the provisions of this law, or according to that formula. And if these points are not discussed, or settled, or decided, before the case is brought into court, still they often have very great weight even at the trial itself, when the case is stated in this way: you demanded too much, you demanded it too late, it was not your business to make such a demand at all, you ought not to have demanded it of me, or you ought not to have done so under this law, or in accordance with this formula, or in this court. And this class of cases belongs to civil law, which depends on laws respecting public and private affairs, or on precedent, and the knowledge of it seems to have been neglected by most orators, but to us it appears very necessary for speaking. Wherefore, as to arranging the right of action, as to accepting or standing at trial, as to demurring to the illegality of a proceeding, as to comparisons of justice, all which topics usually belong to this class of oration, so that although they often get mixed up with the judicial proceedings, still they appear to deserve to be discussed separately, and therefore I separate them a little from the judicial proceedings, more, however, as to the time at which they are to be introduced into the discussion, than from any real diversity of character. For all discussions which are introduced about civil law, or about what is just and good, belong to that sort of discussion in which we doubt what sort of thing such and such a thing which we are going to mention is. And this question turns chiefly on equity and right. 29. In all causes, then, there are 3 degrees, of which one at least is to be taken for the purposes of defense, if you are limited to one. For you must either take your stand in denying that the act imputed to you has been done at all, or in denying that that which you admit to have been done has the effect which, and is of the character which, the adversary asserts. Or if there can be no doubt as to the action, or the proper name of the action, then you must deny that what you are accused of is such as he states it to be, and you must urge in your defense that what you have done must be admitted to be right. Accordingly, the first objection, the first point of conflict with the adversary, as I may call it, depends on a kind of conjecture, the second, on a kind of definition, or description, or notion of the word, but the third plea is to be maintained by a discussion on equity, and truth, and right, and on the becomingness to man of a disposition inclined to pardon. And since he who defends ought not always to resist the accuser by some objection, or denial, or definition, or opposite principles of equity, but should also at times advance general principles on which he founds his defense, the first kind of objection has in it the principle of asserting the charge to be unjust, an absolute denial of the fact. The second urges that the definition given by the adversary does not apply to the action in question. The third consists in the advocate defending the action as having been rightly done, without raising any dispute as to the name of it. In the next place, the accuser must oppose to every argument that, which if it were not in the accusation, would prevent there being any cause at all. Therefore, those arguments which are brought forward in that way are said to be the foundations of causes, although those which are brought forward in opposition to the plan of the defense are no more so in reality than the principles of the defense themselves, but for the sake of distinction. We call it a reason which is urged by the party on his trial in the way of demurrer for the sake of repelling an accusation, and unless he had such a refuge he would have nothing to allege by way of defense. But the foundation of his defense is that which is alleged by way of undermining the arguments of the adversary, without which the accusation can have no ground to stand upon. 30. But from the meeting and conflict, as it were, of the reasons and of the corroborative proofs, a question arises, which I call a dispute, in which the question is, what is the question before the court, and what the dispute is about. For the first point which the adversary is content for implies an inquiry of large extent and conjecture, as whether Decius has received the money, in definition, as whether Norbanus has committed treason against the people, in justice, as whether Opimius slew Gracchus lawfully. These questions which come into conflict first by arguing and resisting, are, as I have said, of wide extent and doubtful meaning. The comparison of the arguments and corroborative proofs narrows the question in dispute. In conjecture there is no dispute at all. For no one either can, or ought to, or is accustomed to, give a reason for an act which he asserts never took place. Therefore, in these causes the original question and the ultimate dispute are one and the same thing. But in them, when the assertion is advanced, he did not commit treason in proceeding to violent measures in respect to Scipio, for it was the first indignation of the Roman people that prompted that violent conduct, and not the conduct of the tribune, and the majesty, since it is identical with the greatness of the Roman people, was rather increased than diminished by retaining that man in power and office. And when the reply is, majesty consists of the dignity of the empire and name of the Roman people, which that man impairs, who excites sedition by appealing to the violent passions of the multitude, then comes the dispute, whether his conduct was calculated to impair that majesty, who acted upon the inclinations of the Roman people, so as to do a thing which was both just and acceptable to them by means of violence. But in such causes as these, when it is alleged in defense of the accused party that something has been rightly done, or when it must be admitted that it has been done, while the principle of the act is open to discussion, as in the case of Opimius, I did it lawfully, for the sake of preserving the general safety and the republic, and when Decius replies, you had no power or right to slay even the wickedest of the citizens without a trial. Then arises the dispute, had Opimius lawfully the power, for the sake of the safety of the republic, to put to death a citizen who was overturning the republic, without his being condemned? And so those disputes which arise in these controversies which are marked out by certain persons and times become gradually infinite, and after the times and persons are put out of the question, are again reduced to the form and rules under which their merits can be discussed. 31. But in corroborative arguments of the most important character, these points must also be established which can be opposed to the defense, being derived either from the letter of the law, or of a will, or from the language of a judicial decision, or of a stipulation, or of a covenant. And even this kind has no connection with those causes which depend upon conjecture. For when an action is denied altogether, it cannot be impeached by reference to the letter of the law. It does not even come under definition, as to the character of the letter of the law itself. For although some expression or other is to be defined by reference to the letter of the law, so as to be sure what meaning it has, as when the question arises out of a will, what is meant by provisions, or out of the covenant of a lease, what are movables or fixtures, then it is not the fact of their being written documents, but the interpretation of what is written, that gives rise to controversy. But when many things may be implied by one expression, on account of the ambiguity of some word or words, so that he who is speaking on the other side may be allowed to draw the meaning of what is written as is advantageous to him, or in fact, as he pleases, or, if the document be not drawn up in ambiguous language, he may either deduce the wish and intention of the writer from the words, or else say that he can defend what has been done by a document which is perfectly different relating to the same facts. Then a dispute arises from a comparison of the two written documents, so that the writings being ambiguous, it is a question which is most strongly implied, and in a comparison between the letter and the spirit of the documents an argument is adduced to show which the judge is the most bound to be guided by, or in documents of a wholly contradictory nature, which is the most to be approved. But when the point in dispute is once established, then the orator ought to keep in view what is to be proved by all the arguments derived from the different topics for discovering arguments. and although it is quite sufficient for him who sees what is concealed in each topic, and who has all those topics, as a kind of treasury of arguments, at his fingers' ends, still we will touch upon those which are peculiar to certain causes. 32. In conjecture, then, when the person on his trial takes refuge in denial of the fact, these are the two first things for the accuser to consider. I say accuser, meaning every kind of plaintiff or commencer of an action, for even without any accuser, in the strict sense of the word, these same kinds of controversies may frequently arise. However, these are his first points for consideration, the cause and the event. When I say the cause, I mean the reason for doing a thing. When I say the event, I mean that which was done. And this same division of cases was made just now, when speaking of the topics of persuasion. For the rules which are given in deliberating upon the future, and how they ought to have a bearing upon utility, or a power of producing effects, a man who is arguing upon a fact is bound to collect, so as to show that they must have been useful to the man whom he is accusing, and that the act might possibly have been done by him. The question of utility, as far as it depends upon conjecture, is opened, if the accused person is said to have done the act of which he is accused, either out of the hope of advantage or the fear of injury. And this argument has the greater weight, the greater the advantages or disadvantages anticipated are said to be. With reference to the motive for an action we take into consideration also the feelings of minds, if any recent anger, or long-standing grudge, or desire for revenge, or indignation at an injury, if any eagerness for honor, or glory, or command, or riches, if any fear of danger, any debt, any difficulties in pecuniary matters, have had influence, if the man is bold, or fickle, or cruel, or intemperate, or incautious, or foolish, or loving, or excitable, or given to wine, if he had any hope of gaining his point, or any expectation of concealing his conduct, or, if that were detected, any hope of repelling the charge, or breaking through the danger, or even postponing it to a subsequent time, or if the penalty to be inflicted by a court of justice is more trifling than the prize to be gained by the act, or if the pleasure of the crime is greater than the pain of the conviction. It is generally by such circumstances as these that the suspicion of an act is confirmed, when the causes why he should have desired it are found to exist in the party accused, together with the means of doing it. But in his will we look for the benefit which he may have calculated on from the attainment of some advantage, or the avoidance of some disadvantage, so that either hope or fear may seem to have instigated him, or else some sudden impulse of the mind, which impels men more swiftly to evil courses than even considerations of utility. So this is enough to have said about the causes. Cf. I understand, and I ask you now what the events of which you have said are produced by such causes. 33. Cp. They are certain consequential signs of what is past, certain traces of what has been done, deeply imprinted, which have a great tendency to engender suspicion, and are, as it were, a silent evidence of crimes, and so much the more weighty because all causes appear as a general rule to be able to give ground for accusations, and to show for whose advantage anything was, and these arguments have an especial propriety of reference to those who are accused, such as a weapon, a footstep, blood, the detection of anything which appears to have been carried off or taken away, or any reply inconsistent with the truth, or any hesitation, or trepidation, or the fact of the accused person having been seen with any one whose character is such as to give rise to suspicion, or of his having been seen himself in that very place in which the action was done, or paleness, or tremor, or any writing, or anything having been sealed up or deposited anywhere. For these are circumstances of such a nature as to make the charge full of suspicion, either in connection with the act itself, or with the time previous or subsequent to it. And if they are not so, still it will be proper to rely on the causes themselves, and on the means which the accused person had of doing the action, with the addition of that general argument, that he was not so insane as to be unable to avoid or conceal any indications of the action, so as to be discovered and to give ground for an accusation. On the other hand, there is that common topic, that audacity is joined to rashness, not to prudence. Besides, there comes the topic suited to amplification, that we are not to wait for his confessing, that offences are proved by arguments, and here, too, precedents will be adduced. And thus much about arguments. 34. But if there is also a sufficiency of witnesses, the first thing will be to praise the party accused, and to say that he himself has taken care not to be convicted by argument, that he could not escape from witnesses. Then each of the witnesses must be praised, and we have stated already what are the things for which people can be praised, and in the next place, it must be urged that it is possible for it to be quite justifiable not to yield to a specious argument, inasmuch as such an one is often false, but quite impossible to refuse belief to a good and trusty man, unless there is some fault in the judge. And then, too, if the witnesses are obscure or insignificant, we must say that a man's credit is not to be estimated by his fortune, but that those are the most trustworthy witnesses on every point who have the easiest means of knowing the truth of the matter under discussion. If the fact of an examination of slaves and a torture having taken place, or a demand that such should take place, will assist the cause, then in the first place the general character of such examinations must be extolled. We must speak of the power of bodily pain, of the opinion of our ancestors, who would certainly have abolished the whole system if they had not approved of it, of the customs of the Athenians and Rhodians, very wise men, among whom, and that is a most terrible thing, even freemen and citizens are tortured, of the principles also of the most prudent of our own countrymen, who though they are unwilling to allow slaves to be examined against their masters, still did allow of such examination in the case of incest and conspiracy, and in fact such an examination took place in my consulship. That declamation which men are in the habit of using to throw discredit on such examinations must be laughed out of court, and called studied and childish. Then a belief must be inculcated that the examination has been conducted with care, and without any partiality, and the answers given in the examination must be weighed by arguments and by conjecture. And these are for the most part the divisions of an accusation. 35. But the first division of a defense is the invalidating of the motives alleged for the action, either as having no real existence, or as not having been so important, or as not having been likely to influence any one but a person accused. Or we may urge that he could have attained the same object more easily, or that he is not a man of such habits, or of such a character, or that he was not so much a slave to sudden impulses, or at all events not to such trifling ones. And the advocate for the defense will disparage the means alleged to be in the power of the accused person, if he shows that either strength, or courage, or power, or resources were wanting to him, or that the time was unfavorable, or the place unsuitable, or that there were many witnesses, not one of whom he would have chosen to trust, or that he was not such a fool as to undertake a deed which he could not conceal, nor so senseless as to despise the penalties of the law and the courts of justice. And he will do away with the effect of the consequences alleged, by explaining that those things are not certain proofs of an act which might have happened even if the act had never been done, and he will dwell on the details, and urge that they belong as much to what he himself alleges was the fact, as to that which is at present the ground of accusation, or if he agrees with the accuser on those points, still he will say that ought to be of avail rather as a defense to himself against danger, than as an engine for injuring his safety, and he will run down the whole body of witnesses and examinations under torture, generally, and also in detail as far as he can, by the use of the topics of reprehension which have been explained already. The openings of these causes which are intended to excite suspicion by their bitterness will be thus laid down by the accuser, and the general danger of all intrigues will be denounced, and men's minds will be excited so as to listen attentively. But the person who is being accused will bring forward complaints of charges having been trumped up against him, and suspicions ferreted out from all quarters, and he will speak of the intrigues of the accuser, and also of the common danger of all citizens from such proceedings, and so he will try to move the minds of the judges to pity, and to excite their goodwill in some degree. But the narration of the accuser will be a separate count, as it were, which will contain an explanation of every sort of transaction liable to suspicion, with every kind of argument scattered over it, and all the topics for the defense discredited. But the speaker for the defense must pass over or discredit all the arguments employed to raise suspicion, and will limit himself to a narration of the actual facts and events which have taken place. But in the corroboration of our own arguments, and in the invalidation of those of our adversaries, it will be often the object of the accuser to rouse the feelings of the minds of his hearers, and of the advocate for the defense to pacify them. And this will be the course of both of them, especially in the peroration. The one must have recourse to a reiteration of his arguments, and to a general accumulation of them together; the other, when he has once clearly explained his own cause, refuting the statements of his adversary, must have recourse to enumeration, and, when he has effaced every unfavourable impression, then at the end he will endeavour to move the pity of his judges. 36. Cf. I think I know now how conjecture ought to be dealt with. Let me hear you now on the subject of definition. Cp. With respect to that the rules which are given are common to the accuser and the defender. For whichever of them by his definition and description of a word makes the greatest impression on the feelings and opinions of the judges, and whichever keeps nearest to the general meaning of the word, and to that preconceived opinion which those who are the hearers have adopted in their minds, must inevitably get the better in the discussion. For this kind of topic is not handled by a regular argumentation, but by shaking out, as it were, and unfolding the word, so that, if, for instance, in the case of a criminal acquitted through bribery and then impeached a second time, the accuser were to define prevarication to be the utter corruption of a tribunal by an accused person, and the defender were to urge a counter-definition, that it is not every sort of corruption which is prevarication, but only the bribing of a prosecutor by a defendant. Then, in the first place, there would be a contest between the different alleged meanings of the word, in which case, though the definition, if given by the speaker for the defense, approaches nearest to general usage and to the sense of common conversation, still the accuser relies on the spirit of the law, for he says that it ought not to be admitted that those men who framed the laws considered a judicial decision as ratified when wholly corrupt, but that if even one judge be corrupted, the decision should be annulled. He relies on equity. He urges that the law ought to have been framed differently, if that was what was meant, but that the truth is, that whatever kinds of corruption could possibly exist were all meant to be included under the one term prevarication. But the speaker for the defense will bring forward on his side the usage of common conversation, and he will seek the meaning of the word from its contrary, from a genuine accuser, to whom a prevarication is the exact opposite, or from consequence, because the tablets are given to the judge by the accuser, and from the name itself, which signifies a man who in contrary causes appears to be placed, as it were, in various positions. But still he himself will be forced to have recourse to topics of equity, to the authority of precedents, and to some dangerous result. And this may be a general rule, that when each has stated his definition, keeping as accurately as he can to the common sense and meaning of the word, he should then confirm his own meaning and definition by similar definitions, and by the examples of those men who have spoken in the same way. And in this kind of cause that will be a common topic for the accuser, that it must never be permitted that the man who confesses a fact should defend himself by a new interpretation of the name of it. But the defender must rely on those general principles of equity which I have mentioned, and he must complain that, while that is on his side, he is weighed down not by facts, but by the perverted use of a word. And while speaking thus he will be able to introduce many topics suited to aid him in discovering arguments. For he will avail himself of resemblances, and contrarieties, and consequences, and although both parties will do this, still the defendant, unless his cause is evidently ridiculous, will do so more frequently. But the things which are in the habit of being said, for the sake of amplification, or in the way of digression, or when men are summing up, are introduced either to excite hatred, or pity, or to work on the feelings of the judges by means of those arguments which have been already given, provided that the importance of the facts, or the envy of men, or the dignity of the parties, will allow of it. 37. Cf. I understand that. Now I wish to hear you speak of that part which, when the question is what is the character of such and such a transaction, will be suitable both for the accusation and also for the defense. CP. In a cause of that kind those who were accused confess that they did the very thing for which they are blamed, but since they allege that they did it lawfully, it is necessary for us to explain the whole principles of law, and that is divided into two principal divisions: common natural law and statute law. And the power of each of these is again distributed into human law and divine law, one of which refers to equity and the other to religion. But the power of equity is twofold, one part of which is upheld by considerations of what is straightforward, and true, and just, and, as it is said, equitable and virtuous. The other refers chiefly to requiting things done to one suitably, which in the case of that which is to be requited being a kindness, is called gratitude, but when it is an injury, it is called revenge. And these principles are common both to natural and statute law. But there are also other divisions of law, for there is both the written and the unwritten law, each of which is maintained by the rights of nations and the customs of our ancestors. Again, written law is divided into public law and private law. Public law is laws, resolutions of the Senate, treaties. Private law is accounts, covenants, agreements, stipulations. But those laws which are unwritten, owe their influence either to custom or to some agreement between, and as it were to the common consent of men. And indeed it is in some degree prescribed to us by the laws of nature, that we are to uphold our customs and laws. And since the foundations of equity have been briefly explained in this manner, we ought to meditate carefully, with reference to causes of this kind, on what is to be said in our speeches about nature, and laws, and the customs of our ancestors, and the repelling of injuries, and revenge, and every portion of human rights. If a man has done anything unintentionally, or through necessity, or by accident, which men would not be excused for doing if they did it of their own accord and intentionally, by way of deprecating punishment for the action, he should implore pardon and indulgence, founding his petition on many topics of equity. I have now explained as well as I could every kind of controversy, unless there is anything besides which you wish to know. 38. Cf. I wish to know that which appears to me to be the only point left, what is to be done when the discussion turns upon expressions in written documents. CP. You are right to ask, for when that is explained I shall have discharged the whole of the task which I have undertaken. The rules then which relate to ambiguity are common to both parties, for each of them will urge that the signification which he himself adopts is the one suited to the wisdom of the frame of the document. Each of them will urge that that sense which his adversary says is to be gathered from the ambiguous expression in the writing, is either absurd, or inexpedient, or unjust, or discreditable, or again that it is inconsistent with other written expressions, either of other men, or, if possible, of the same man. And he will urge further that the meaning which he himself contends for is the one which would have been intended by every sensible and respectable man, and that such an one would express himself more plainly if the case were to come over again, and that the meaning which he asserts to be the proper one has nothing in it to which objection can be made, or with which any fault can be found, but that if the contrary meaning is admitted, many vices, many foolish, unjust, and inconsistent consequences must follow. But when it appears that the writer meant one thing and wrote another, then he who relies on the letter of the law must first explain the circumstances of the case, and then recite the law. Then he must press his opponent, repeat the law, reiterate it, and ask him whether he denies that that is the expression contained in the writing, or whether he denies the facts of the case. After that he must invoke the judge to maintain the letter of the law. When he has dwelt on this sort of corroborative argument, he must amplify his case by praising the law, and attack the audacity of the man who, when he has openly violated it, and confesses that he has done so, still comes forward and defends his conduct. Then he must invalidate the defense when his opponent says that the writer meant one thing and wrote another, and say that it is intolerable that the meaning of the framer of the law should be explained by anyone else in preference to the law itself. Why did he write down such words if he did not mean them? Why does the opponent, while he neglects what is plainly written, bring forward what is not written anywhere? Why should he think that men who were most careful in what they wrote ought to be convicted of extreme folly? What could have hindered the framer of this law from making this exception which the opponent contends that he intended to make, if he really had intended it? He will then bring forward those instances where the same writer has made a similar exception, or if he cannot do that, at least he will cite cases where others have made similar exceptions. For a reason must be sought for, if it is possible to find one, why this exception was not made in this case. The law must be stated to be likely to be unjust, or useless, or else that there is a reason for obeying part of it, and for abrogating part. It must be that the argument of the opponent and the law are at variance. And then, by way of amplification, it will be proper, both in other parts of the speech, and above all in the peroration, to speak with great dignity and energy about the desirableness of maintaining the laws, and of the danger with which all public and private affairs are threatened. 39. But he who defends himself by appeals to the spirit and intention of the law, will urge that the force of the law depends on the mind and design of the framer, not on words and letters. And he will praise him for having mentioned no exceptions in his law, so as to leave no refuge for offences, and so as to bind the judge to interpret the intention of the law according to the actions of each individual. Then he must cite instances in which all equity will be disturbed if the words of the law are attended to and not the meaning. Then all cunning and false accusation must be endeavoured to be put before the judge in an odious light, and complaints uttered in a tone of indignation. If the action in question is being done unintentionally, or by accident, or by compulsion, rather than in consequence of any premeditation, and actions of those kinds we have already discussed, then it will be well to use the same topics of equity to counteract the effect of the harshness of the language. But if the written laws contradict one another, then the connection of art is such, and most of its principles are so connected and linked together, that the rules which we a little while ago laid down for cases of ambiguity, and which have just been given with reference to the letter and spirit of the law, may be all transferred to this third division also. For the topics by which, in the case of an ambiguous expression, we defended that meaning which is favorable to our argument must also be used to defend the law which is favorable to us when there are inconsistent laws. In the next place, we must contrive to defend the spirit of one law, and the letter of the other. And so the rules, which were just now given relating to the spirit and letter of the law, may all be transferred to this subject. XL. I have now explained to you all the divisions of oratory which have prevailed, as laid down by the Academy to which we are devoted, and if it had not been for that Academy they could not have been discovered, or understood, or discussed. For the mere act of division, and of definition, and the distribution of the partitions of a doubtful question, and the understanding the topics of arguments, and the arranging the argumentation itself properly, and the discerning what ought to be assumed in arguing, and what follows from what has been assumed, and the distinguishing what is true from what is false, and what is probable from what is incredible, and refuting assumptions which are not legitimate, or which are inappropriate, and discussing all these different points either concisely as those do who are called dialecticians, or copiously as an orator should do, are all fruits of the practice in disputing with acuteness and speaking with fluency, which is instilled into the disciples of that Academy. And without the knowledge of these most important arts, how can an orator have either energy or variety in his discourse, so as to speak properly of things good or bad, just or unjust, useful or useless, honorable or base. Let these rules then, my Cicero, which I have now explained to you, be to you a sort of guide to those fountains of eloquence, and if under my instruction or that of others you arrive at them, you will then acquire a clearer understanding of these things and of others which are much more important. Cf. I will strive to arrive at them with great eagerness, my father, and I do not think that there is any greater advantage which I can derive even from your many excellent kindnesses to me. The treatise of M.T. Cicero on the best style of orators. This little piece was composed by Cicero as a sort of preface to his translation of the orations of Demosthenes and Aeschines de Corona. The translations themselves have not come down to us. Either are said to be classes of orators as there are of poets. But it is not so, for of poets there are a great many divisions, for of tragic, comic, epic, lyric, and also of dithyrambic poetry, which has been more cultivated by the Latins. Each kind is very different from the rest. Therefore in tragedy anything comic is a defect, and in comedy anything tragic is out of place. And in the other kinds of poetry each has its own appropriate note, and a tone well known to those who understand the subject. But if anyone were to enumerate many classes of orators, describing some as grand, and dignified, and copious, others as thin, or subtle, or concise, and others as something between the two and in the middle as it were, he would be saying something of the man, but very little of the matter. For as to the matter, we seek to know what is the best, but as to the man, we state what is the real case. Therefore if anyone likes, here is a right to call Ennius a consummate epic poet, and Pacuvius an excellent tragic poet, and Caecilius perhaps a perfect comic poet. But I do not divide the orator as to class in this way. For I am seeking a perfect one, and of perfection there is only one kind, and those who fall short of it do not differ in kind, as Attis does from Terentius, but they are of the same kind, only of unequal merit. For he is the best orator who by speaking both teaches, and delights, and moves the minds of his hearers. To teach them is his duty, to delight them is creditable to him, to move them is indispensable. It must be granted that one person succeeds better in this than another, but that is not a difference of kind but of degree. Perfection is one thing, that is next to it which is most like it, from which consideration it is evident that that which is most unlike perfection is the worst. 2. 4. Since eloquence consists of words and sentences, we must endeavour, by speaking in a pure and correct manner, that is to say in good Latin, to attain an elegance of expression with words appropriate and metaphorical. As to the appropriate words, selecting those which are most suitable, and when indulging in metaphor, studying to preserve a proper resemblance, and to be modest in our use of foreign terms. But of sentences, there are as many different kinds as I have said there are of panegyrics. For if teaching, we want shrewd sentences; if aiming at giving pleasure, we want musical ones; if at exciting the feelings, dignified ones. But there is a certain arrangement of words which produces both harmony and smoothness, and different sentiments have different arrangements suitable to them, and an order naturally calculated to prove their point. But of all those things memory is the foundation, just as a building is a foundation, and action is the light. The man, then, in whom all these qualities are found in the highest perfection, will be the most skilful orator; he in whom they exist in a moderate degree will be a mediocre orator; he in whom they are found to the slightest extent will be the most inferior sort of orator. All these, indeed, will be called orators, just as bad painters are still called painters, not differing from one another in kind, but in ability. So there is no orator who would not like to resemble Demosthenes, but Menander did not want to be like Homer, for his style was different. This difference does not exist in orators, or if there be any such difference, that one avoiding gravity aims rather at subtlety, and on the other hand, that another desires to show himself acute rather than polished. Such men, although they may be tolerable orators, are certainly not perfect ones, since that is perfection which combines every kind of excellence. 3. I have stated these things with greater brevity than the subject deserves, but still, with reference to my present object, it was not worth while being more prolix. For as there is but one kind of eloquence, what we are seeking to ascertain is what kind it is. And it is such as flourished at Athens, and in which the genius of the Attic orators is hardly comprehended by us, though their glory is known to us. For many have perceived this fact, that there is nothing faulty in them. Few have discerned the other point, namely, how much in them there is that is praiseworthy. For it is a fault in a sentence if anything is absurd, or foreign to the subject, or stupid, or trivial, and it is a fault of language if anything is gross, or abject, or unsuitable, or harsh, or far-fetched. Nearly all those men who are either considered Attic orators or who speak in the Attic manner have avoided these faults. But if that is all their merit, then they may deserve to be regarded as sound and healthy, as if we were regarding athletes, to such an extent as to be allowed to exercise in the palestra, but not to be entitled to the crown at the Olympic Games. For the athletes, who are free from defects, are not content as it were with good health, but seek to produce strength and muscles and blood, and a certain agreeableness of complexion. Let us imitate them, if we can, and if we cannot do so wholly, at least let us select as our models those who enjoy unimpaired health, which is peculiar to the Attic orators, rather than those whose abundance is vicious, of whom Asia has produced numbers. And in doing this, if at least we can manage even this, for it is a mighty undertaking, let us imitate, if we can, Lysias, and especially his simplicity of style, for in many places he rises to grandeur. But because he wrote speeches for many private causes, and those too for others, and on very trifling subjects, he appears to be somewhat simple, because he has designedly filed himself down to the standard of the inconsiderable causes which he was pleading. 4. And a man who acts in this way, even if he be not able to turn out a vigorous speaker as he wishes, may still deserve to be accounted an orator, though an inferior one. But even a great orator must often also speak in the same manner in causes of that kind. And in this way it happens that Demosthenes is at times able to speak with simplicity, though perhaps Lysias may not be able to arrive at grandeur. But if men think that, when an army was marshalled in the Forum and in all the temples round the Forum, it was possible to speak in defense of Milo, as if we had been speaking in a private cause before a single judge, they measure the power of eloquence by their own estimate of their own ability, and not by the nature of the case. Wherefore, since some people have got into a way of repeating that they themselves do speak in an Attic manner, and others that none of us do so, the one class we may neglect, for the facts themselves are a sufficient answer to these men, since they are either not employed in causes, or when they are employed they are laughed at, for if the laughter which they excite were in approbation of them, that very fact would be a characteristic of Attic speakers. But those who will not admit that we speak in the Attic manner, but yet profess that they themselves are not orators, if they have good ears and an intelligent judgment, may still be consulted by us, as one respecting the character of a picture would take the opinion of men who are incapable of making a picture, though not devoid of acuteness in judging of one. But if they place all their intelligence in a certain fastidiousness of ear, and if nothing lofty or magnificent ever pleases them, then let them say that they want something subtle and highly polished, and that they despise what is dignified and ornamented. But let them cease to assert that those men alone speak in the Attic manner, that is to say, in a sound and correct one. But to speak with dignity and elegance and copiousness is a characteristic of Attic orators. Need I say more? Is there any doubt whether we wish our oration to be tolerable only, or also admirable? For we are not asking now what sort of speaking is Attic, but what sort is best. And from this it is understood, since those who are Athenians were the best of the Greek orators, and since Demosthenes was beyond all comparison the best of them, that if anyone imitates them he will speak in the Attic manner, and in the best manner, So that since the Attic orators are proposed to us for imitation, to speak well is to speak Attically. But as there was a great error as to the question, what kind of eloquence that was, I have thought that it became me to undertake a labour which should be useful to studious men, though superfluous as far as I myself was concerned. For I have translated the most illustrious orations of the two most eloquent of the Attic orators, spoken in opposition to one another, Aeschines and Demosthenes. And I have not translated them as a literal interpreter, but as an orator giving the same ideas in the same form and mould as it were, in words conformable to our manners, in doing which I did not consider it necessary to give word for word, but I have preserved the character and energy of the language throughout. For I did not consider that my duty was to render to the reader the precise number of words, but rather to give them all their weight. And this labour of mine will have this result, that by it our countrymen may understand what to require of those who wish to be accounted Attic speakers, and that they may recall them to, as it were, an acknowledged standard of eloquence. But then Thucydides will rise up, for some people admire his eloquence. And they are quite right. But he has no connection with the orator, which is the person of whom we are in search. For it is one thing to unfold the actions of men in a narration, and quite a different one to accuse and get rid of an accusation by arguing. It is one thing to fix a hearer's attention by a narration, and another to excite his feelings. But he uses beautiful language. Is his language finer than Plato's? Nevertheless, it is necessary for the orator whom we are inquiring about, to explain forensic disputes by a style of speaking calculated at once to teach, to delight, and to excite. Wherefore, if there is any one who professes that he intends to plead causes in the forum, following the style of Thucydides, no one will ever suspect him of being endowed with that kind of eloquence which is suited to affairs of state or to the bar. But if he is content with praising Thucydides, then he may add my vote to his own. Moreover, even Isocrates himself, whom that divine author, Plato, who was nearly his contemporary, has represented in the Phaedrus as being highly extolled by Socrates, and whom all learned men have called a consummate orator, I do not class among the number of those who are to be taken for models. For he is not engaged in actual conflict, he is not armed for the fray, his speeches are made for display, like foils. I will rather, to compare small things with great, bring on the stage a most noble pair of gladiators. Aeschines shall come on like Antoninus, as Lucilius says. No ordinary man, but fearless all, and skilled his arms to wield, his equal match. Pasadinus stands, than whom the world, since the first birth of man hath seen no greater. For I do not think that anything can be imagined more divine than that orator. Now this labour of mine is found fault with by two kinds of critics. One set says, but the Greek is better. And I ask them whether the authors themselves could have clothed their speeches in better Latin? The other say, why should I rather read the translation than the original? Yet those same men read the Andria and the Synaphobe, and are not less fond of Terence and Caecilius than of Menander. They must then discard the Andromache, and the Antiope, and the Epigone in Latin. But yet, in fact, they read Ennius and Pacuvius and Attis more than Euripides and Sophocles. What then is the meaning of this contempt of theirs for orations translated from the Greek, when they have no objection to translated verses? 7. However, let us now come to the task which we have undertaken, when we have just explained what the cause is which is before the court. As there was a law at Athens, that no one should be the cause of carrying a decree of the people that any one should be presented with a crown while invested with office till he had given in an account of the way in which he had discharged its duties, and another law, that those who had crowns given them by the people ought to receive them in the assembly of the people, and that they who had them given to them by the Senate should receive them in the Senate. Demosthenes was appointed a superintendent of repairs of the walls, and he did it at his own expense. Therefore, with reference to him Ctesiphon proposed a decree, without his having given in any accounts, that he should be presented with a golden crown, and that presentation should take place in the theatre, the people being summoned for the purpose, that is not the legitimate place for an assembly of the people, and that proclamation should be made, that he received this present on account of his virtue and devotion to the state, and to the Athenian people. Aeschines then prosecuted this man Ctesiphon because he had proposed a decree contrary to the laws, to the effect that a crown should be given when no accounts had been delivered, and that it should be presented in a theatre, and that he had made false statements in the words of his motion concerning Demosthenes' virtue and loyalty, since Demosthenes was not a good man, and was not one who had deserved well of the state. That kind of cause is indeed inconsistent with the precedents established by our habits, but still it has an imposing look. For it is on each side of the question a sufficiently clever interpretation of the laws, and a very grave contest as to the respective services done by the two rival orators to the Republic. Therefore the object of Aeschines was, since he himself had been prosecuted on a capital charge by Demosthenes, for having given a false account of his embassy, that now a trial should take place affecting the conduct and character of Demosthenes, that so, under pretence of prosecuting Ctesiphon, he might avenge himself on his enemy. For he did not say so much about the accounts not having been delivered, as to the point that a very bad citizen had been praised as an excellent. Aeschines instituted this prosecution against Ctesiphon 4 years before the death of Philip of Macedon. But the decision took place a few years afterwards, when Alexander had become master of Asia. And it is said that all Greece thronged to hear the issue of the trial. For what was ever better worth going to see, or better worth hearing, than the contest of two consummate orators in a most important cause, inflamed and sharpened by private enmity? If then, as I trust, I have given such a copy of their speeches, using all their excellencies, that is to say, their sentiments, and their figures, and the order of their facts, adhering to their words only so far as they are not inconsistent with our customs, and though they may not be all translated from the Greek, still I have taken pains that they should be of the same class. Then they will be a standard to which the orations of those men must be directed who wish to speak Attically. But I have said enough of myself. Let us now hear Aeschines speaking in Latin. These orations are not extant. End of the treatise.